Johnny Cueto gets one more start before the All-Star break, and he gets to face a Marlins team featuring a powerful lineup that has helped Miami take the first 2 games of the series. It's Cueto's job to shut them down and send the Giants into the All-Star break on a winning note. Giants, Marlins, next. Sunday afternoon baseball here at AT Park as we wrap up this series and we wrap up the first half of the season. Welcome to NBC Sports Bay Area, powered by Xfinity. Hi again, everybody. I'm Dwayne Kuiper. Alongside me is Mike Krukow. Well, the Giants need a win today to win a game in this series, and also a win to propel them to 4 days off, which would be nice. So what do? You hand the ball to a guy who missed his last start, and that's Johnny Cueto. And I think the Giants are expecting a lot out of Cueto today.
Well, I think they should. I think Johnny Cueto expects a lot out of Johnny Cueto today, and it has been a lot of disappointment from the team perspective as they go into their 90th game. They're 21 games under 500, but it has been from an individual perspective in regards to Johnny Cueto. He expects more. So it's all about the happy fly. It's all about winning the last game before you go into a break, and they have that opportunity today. The key today is going to be the Giants' offense. They've been a little stagnant these first 2 days. They need to find some magic with the bats today. That's the key.
And the Marlins lineup very potent, and they're all in there today. And Buster Posey is on the pine. All right, when we come back, we will have the lineups and the first pitch right after this.
Area is brought to you by Southwest. Yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency. By State Farm. Combine auto and renters and see how much you can save. Talk to an agent today. And by the 2017 Jeep Cherokee with an EPA estimated 30 highway miles per gallon.
Beautiful day for baseball here at the corner of 3rd and King. Our game time weather is presented by the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk. Hey, it's the weekend. Get to the beach. The admission-free boardwalk is open daily. 64 degrees here at the yard. You see the wind, you see the humidity, and it is sunny. All right, let's take a look at the lineup written up by Don Mattingly. It's pretty typical of what we've seen in the first two games. It'll be Gordon and then Giancarlo Stanton, and pretty good numbers lifetime against Cueto, followed by Yelich, Ozuna, and then Justin Bour. Prado, Realmuto will hit 7th, Riddle 8th, and Urena will hit in the 9th spot.
On the mound today for the Giants will be the right-hander Johnny Cueto. Cueto, 31 years of age, 5'11", 225-pounder. He's in his 10th year at the big league level. This is what he has done in 17 starts, 6-7 with a 4.26 ERA. The Giants 9-8 when he toes the rubber. Almost a 3-to-1 strikeout walk ratio, which is good, and almost a strikeout an inning, which is good. Cueto is going to give you a fastball that anywhere you'll see 90 to 97 miles per hour. He'll also cut that fastball. He can sink it. He's got a great changeup. He'll throw anytime. He'll throw anything at any time. He also has a slider and a curveball. Lifetime against the Marlins, 4-2 with an ERA of 4.64. And what do you say we check out the defense that'll be playing behind Johnny Cueto today for the Giants? No Buster Posey in the lineup. Today it's going to be Hernandez, Span, and Pence at your outfield. The best arms on the corners for the Giants. Crawford and Wong on the left side of the infield. Panic and Bell on the right side. And Nick Hundley, he'll be in the squad, putting down the signs.
So here we go with D. Gordon to lead things off. Gordon hitting at 298. And he takes a call strike. So we get started a minute late at 1:06. Gordon's had a good series. 4 hits on Friday night. Came back with a hit yesterday. Ran out of socks, so he borrowed some from Hunter Pence. And it's in tight, 2 balls and a strike.
Old style. Although I don't know if he ever had sanitaries that had polka dots on the back.
No. There's Hunter Pence in his style. So 2-1. As Cueto now trying to get on the same page as Nick Hundley.
Gordon, good numbers lifetime against Cueto, 5 for 15, and he's had a nice series.
All right. All right, fellas, come on. It's the first hitter.
But you see the stirrups, and that is definitely from previous generations. Although I'm not sure we had a pair of sanitary socks like those.
1 out. So Cueto wanted Hundley to call for the atom ball.
Yeah, he wanted the hanging 2-seamer out over the plate to get the atom ball hit to Crawford. Perfect. Indeed, a veteran move from Johnny Cueto.
Hey, now they're on the same page. Should be easy the rest of the way. Except it's this guy. First pitch in tight. Tom Hallion calling balls and strikes. One of our favorites. Cuzzy, Carapazza, and Rippinger from first to third. Cueto trying to run that ball into Stanton.
Tom Hallion's got a good strike zone if you're a pitcher. I mean, he's a low ball umpire, but you will see width on both sides of the plate.
So 3 pitches almost all in the same spot.
With Cueto, you never really worry too much about him commanding the strike zone. Tom Hallion's got the great ring him up strike 3 call where you swear he's going to throw his back out of whack.
Yeah. And the walk. So Yelich is going to hit. Yelich at 279, 8 home runs, 42 runs batted in. Yelich has had 4 hits in the series, 2 in each game. And it's just a bit inside, and it's 1 ball and no strikes. So Cueto missing, but not by a whole lot.
He didn't think he missed that last one. A little head shake going. That's part of your goals as a starting pitcher. Convince that umpire you're going to throw strikes, get him looking for him.
So a little bit out of whack for Johnny Cueto as he's going to take a walk. A little meeting with himself. And a strike. There it is.
I don't think Yelich had any intention whatsoever to even swing until he had a strike called against him. Sometimes you can go up there with that in mind as a hitter and you get 4 balls, take your walk.
And that was probably not a strike, and it's now 2-2. So Yelich. That's a good solid hitter. Likes to go the other way. Got him.
Good hard slider just going in that little hole below the flat swing of Christian Yelich. Definitely exploiting the weakness of a very good hitter who doesn't have many weaknesses. So first strikeout of the day for Cueto.
Pretty good late bite.
So our Exmo is brought to you by your local Toyota dealer. And you see the late bite that Kipe's talking about. Late bite is good bite.
Here's Ozuna.
Isn't that Dracula's motto?
Late bite's good bite.
Yeah.
Any bite's a good bite, I heard. Ozuna 0 for 5 on Friday. Span's going to put this one away. And in the game yesterday, had a couple of hits. So the walk to Stanton does not hurt Cueto. Now Span's coming up. Bruce Bochy's lineup, and it's brought to you by Southwest Airlines. It'll be Span, Panic, and Pence, and then in the cleanup spot will be Brandon Belt. You see what he's done over the last 6 games. Crawford 5th, then it's Wong, Hundley, and Hernandez, the killer H's, and then Johnny Cueto will hit 9th.
On the hill today for the Miami Marlins will be the right-hander Jose Urena. Urena, 25 years of age. He's 6'3", 205 pounds, and this is what he has done this year. He's had a nice season. 7-3 with a 3.43 ERA. He averages about 6 strikeouts per 9, and he's got a 2-to-1 strikeout ratio. Strikeouts to walks. How does he do it? Well, you're going to see a fastball that's got some pretty good giddy up on it. He can go low to high 90s with the fastball. He will 2 and 4 seam. He's also got a good slider, which is his kill pitch, and a changeup that he'll throw both to righties and lefties. This is his 9th year of professional baseball. Urena, as I mentioned, 25 years of age, pitched 750 innings in the minor leagues. So you pitch that many innings in organized baseball, you're going to have a pretty good idea what you're doing out there. Giants' first look at him.
And it'll be Span to lead things off. And Span takes down low.
That was 97-mile-an-hour fastball. It's our fast pitch brought to you by Xfinity, the fastest Wi-Fi at home and on the go.
Span takes a strike. Span with one hit in the series. That was a home run in the 9th inning on Friday.
Well said, young man. There is no place like home.
Many of these Giants have had one at bat lifetime against Urena, exception of Hundley. Hundley's 0 for 4 lifetime. Skied to left, and that'll be Ozuna. So Span's retired.
Let's take a look at the Marlins defense playing behind Urena. Starting in the outfield from left to right, it'll be Ozuna, Yelich, and Stanton. Strong arms on both corners in the outfield for the Marlins. Riddle and Prado on the left side of the infield. Gordon and Bohr on the right side. And JT Realmuto, he'll be in the squad, putting down the signs.
Here's Joe Panic. And Joe takes a bit high. 279 with 5 home runs, 28 driven in. And the pitch is down low with Hunter Pence to follow. So Urena taking a little bit of a walk. 2 balls, no strikes. Panic out of play.
You watch the delivery from Urena. He's really got a loose shoulder, but he's got a very short, little small circle as he takes the ball out of his glove and gets into a very high position with his hand to throw. And he doesn't scoop much below his belt. Very compact delivery. Pitch just missed someplace. You look at the numbers for Urena in the minor leagues, and he really had a reputation for being a strike thrower. If you look at the compact delivery, you can see why.
Hit well to left, but Ozuna, who's really a center fielder playing left field, tracks it down easily. 2 outs. And here's Hunter Pence. Pence at 250, 6 home runs, 35 runs batted in, and he shoots this one on the ground sharply, and that's going to end the inning. After 1, it's no score with Justin Board leading things off.
NBC Sports Bay Area is brought to you by Mr. Pickle's Sandwich Shop. Tri-Tip, that's California's go-to barbecue. Introducing your new favorite sandwich, only $9.99.
No score here at the ballpark at the corner of 3rd and King. Folks out in the Cove enjoying themselves. It is indeed a kayak afternoon.
Well, indeed it is.
Here's Justin Bohr who takes a strike.
Kind of wish we were out there on a kayak, partner.
Yes. And it may be that those folks out there wish they were sitting here. One ball and one strike. Swing and a miss right under his hands. 1-2. Out of play.
Well, we talk about kayaks, and there's a little girl who's 10 years old. Her name is Lily Ulrich, who made this little panorama and has you and me out in the Cove in our kayaks. So, Lily, this is fantastic, and thank you for taking the time to send this to us. It will go in our collection.
Way out into Triples Alley, and it's going to be a double. Justin Bohr stopped running.
Well, I think all he's got in his tank is enough to get to second base. When he hit this thing, he thought it was out of here. He goes down and absolutely nuts, a sinker down around the knees, golf style, and he's measuring. I mean, that's a semi-trot, and then he realizes, I have to settle for a pair. When I think off the crack of the bat, he thought he was going to get 4 bases.
Doug Mirabelli got 2 triples one year.
Got the very first triple ever in this ballpark. And Doug Mirabelli had none speed.
So here's Martin Prado. Prado hitting .273, a couple of home runs, 12 driven in. Now he's got some interesting numbers against Cueto. He's 6 for 19 lifetime. He's got a double and he's got 2 home runs against Cueto.
Well, he's the kind of guy you would think it would give Johnny Cueto a run for his money simply because he uses the whole field. A good off-speed hitter.
Two balls and a strike. And that's foul. Nice play. So Cueto now trying to work out of a leadoff double. First hit of the game. Longest double of the year.
And it might be in all of Major League Baseball. Cueto pitching for the strikeout. That was his chance to go out of the strike zone and hope Prado chased. And from Prado's perspective, that's a pretty good take.
Got him.
Front door cut. You can't run it up there and put it in a better place. And we finally got a chance to see the strike 3 call from Tom Hallion, and this is what's entertaining, and it sort of inspires you as a pitcher to get a call. See ya. Generous call. Martin Prado not enthusiastic, and I don't blame him. That was a gift.
So here's JT Realmuto. And this is right at Crawford.
One more look from behind at Tom Hallion, the plate umpire. I think he enjoys strike 3. Yeah, he does.
So Riddle will be walked intentionally. All right, let's check in with Amy. Amy?
All right, gentlemen. Skipper Bruce Bochy has not set his rotation post All-Star break, but he's certainly hoping Madison Bumgarner is in it. And Madison has a final rehab start tomorrow with San Jose Giants. This one has a lot of focus on it. They're trying to stretch him out. They want 90 pitches, 6 innings. And as Skipper Bruce Bochy said, he needs to tighten things up. Big one tomorrow, guys.
It is. And we're all hoping and keeping our fingers crossed that that fellow right there is ready to go for San Diego. I think he's chomping at the bit. There's a called strike.
I'm ready for him to be ready to go.
Yeah. And a bunt. Hundley says, I got it. And that'll end the inning. So Cueto does indeed pitch through a leadoff double. Brandon Belt will lead things off. Giants Community Fund and continued Pride Free Baseball program for 25,000 boys and girls. We're grateful for your support. And here's some of the items that you can bid on. Or when you donate, a Brandon Crawford autographed ball. It's also autographed by the Hall of Famer Willie McCovey. A Brandon Crawford autographed bat and a Brandon Crawford autographed jersey. So that's what you get when you donate a certain amount. And you can still do that at jrgiants.org. So looking forward to it. Here it's 0-0. You see the kayaks and the boats. Remember the first couple of months in this park? You could do anything you wanted out there.
Well, there was a time you could actually walk on water. You know, we've got a bat that is part of the of what you can get if you donate to the Junior Giants program. And it actually is one of Brandon Crawford's bats. Beautiful. And then a baseball signed by Willie McCovey and Brandon Crawford. So if you're a collector, these are definitely very cool items.
Can't beat them.
Model B1 for B. Crawford. It's got some hits in it too.
Down and in to Belt. It's 2 balls and no strikes. The stretch drive. Saw stretch yesterday at the Barry Bonds ceremony. Looking good. Bonds said He was talking about his godfather, Willie Mays, and then I think he really wanted to make sure Stretch was part of his growing up. He said, just remember, Stretch, my first glove was a first baseman's mitt because I wanted to play first base like you, which I thought was pretty cool.
He also said, you scared me.
Yeah, I was afraid of you. You were big.
He was. Well, Willie McCovey is a big man.
And quiet. He said, you're quiet and big. He said, in our house, that was a bad combination. Belt, foul, 3-2.
You know, Willie McCovey is the true definition of a gentle giant. And when you see him around kids, it's pretty special. I mean, he can't get enough of it. And for him to be doing this for years, as he has, the Junior Giants program.
And a base hit for Belt. Is he going to challenge Stanton? Uh-oh, he is. Here's the throw, and he made it. Another double for Belt. And the first hit for the Giants.
In the last 6 weeks, he has had a real nice stretch with the bat. You know, we talk about Willie McCovey, a big man with a short swing. Well, you can say the same thing about Brandon Belt. He's a big guy who's got a compact swing. And when he gets those big legs rolling, the baby giraffe can still run well. He was sniffing double, and he was not going to let the reputation of a strong arm from Giancarlo Stanton take it away. Lead out double.
Running very well. Crawford a swing and a miss. Crawford at 222 with 7 home runs, 42 runs batted in. He's just trying to figure it out. He's trying to get out of the funk that he's in right now. And I'm sure he'll be excited when this half is over and look forward to the second half.
Well, he started out hot. I mean, even before the season, think about what he did in the WBC tournament. I mean, he really swung the bat well. So look forward to trying to get back into that groove after the rest he's going to get.
It's pretty amazing about the All-Star break. If you have a poor first half, there really isn't anything magical that happens during those 3 days, or 4 now. But it can change everything.
Well, we always talk about how much of this game is mental. But when you're grinding and you're not putting up offensive numbers like you think you should, you do not leave the game at the ballpark. You take it home with you. It's on your mind 24/7. And you get 4 days off the All-Star break. You give your brain a rest. Sometimes that can be just as important as resting your legs.
Remember, last year, Giants won the last game of the year, had the best record in baseball. Won the last game of the first half. And then they really had to fight that last week to get to the wild card spot, which they did. But they could have made it a little easier on themselves. Crawford drives one. Very deep, right center field. It is out of here. And the Giants take the lead. And that's the area where we call it the big boy home runs.
Well, let's take a look at what he got. He got a fastball at 95 right above the knee middle end. And he absolutely stone cold nuts this one. And when it goes up there, that's rare air. We don't see many go there. And that qualifies you as a certifiable big boy.
Here's Jay Wan, who's ahead in the count, 1 ball and no strikes, and he pops one up. And that's going to be out of play.
My goodness. That lit this place up.
Yes, it did.
You always hope your offense can do something to get the crowd into a game early. Well, there you go.
Maybe playable for Real Muto. 1 out.
Well, right now you can stream the Giants on the go on NBCSportsBayArea.com and the NBC Sports app presented by Honda.
So here's Hundley, Nick Hundley at 252. With 3 home runs, 13 runs batted in. And he shoots one into right field for a base hit. He hit that like he knew what he was doing. And he may have been trying to go to right field.
Yeah, I think that's something that a lot of guys do when they're not everyday players. When they get a chance to get a start, they think opposite way to keep themselves locked in.
Here's Gorky Hernandez, and he takes a strike. For 3. Hernandez 0 for 1 in the game yesterday. He breaks his bat, I think. New lumber for Gorky Hernandez.
Reload.
Dugout store.
See, now there's some kids out there going to be thinking that's where the Giants get their bats, at the dugout store now. Hey, the family's here.
Yeah, Dad's whipping out already. Look at wallet.
It's a good looking bunch.
Passport.
Don't worry, Mom will hold it all together.
Outside, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Yeah. Just in case. No, all right, I trust him.
It's all about the snacks.
And that'll be a strikeout, and that'll be 2 outs.
Well, Buster Posey received his official Majestic All-Star jersey by another All-Star, Maya Piscato, along with the Majestic representative Nate Lyman. 8-year-old Maya was diagnosed with leukemia in February of last year. She has had a rough 1.5 years of treatment, and with more treatment ahead, she has really been a trooper. She's transitioned to mostly outpatient treatment, and she has returned to school, and she's doing well. So nice going, Maya.
Maya, you're the All-Star. I suppose he does a lot with his wife Kristen, with kids that do not have it so good health-wise. This guy chose the right jersey to wear this inning.
Every time he wears that jersey, Brandon Crawford hits a 2-run homer.
Way to a high hopper to Gordon. And that'll end the inning. Crawford puts the Giants on the board. He hits his 8th of the year, and he got this one. It's bye-bye, baby. It's 2-0. That's right, 2-0 in favor of the Giants.
Mercedes-Benz dealers.
RBI Baseball 2017 is out now for Xbox One, PS4, iOS, and Android. Enjoy fast-paced pick-up and play MLB action, backed by your favorite MLB teams, players, ballparks, and a whole lot more. Learn more at rbigame.com. Here's the top of the order for the Marlins, as the Marlins now trail 2-0 on the Crawford home run. And the first pitch to D. Gordon is high. 1 ball and no strikes. How'd the Cubs do today?
Well, not good. Cubs today very unusual. John Lester on the mound in Wrigley Field against the Pirates. The Pirates scored 10 runs at the top of the first. John Lester got 2 outs. 4 of those 10 runs were earned, but I didn't see that one coming.
No.
Pirates won 14-3.
Hunter Pence coming in.
Well, Giancarlo Stanton on the home run ball hit by Brandon Crawford. The ball came back on the field of play, and Stanton walked over and made himself a friend.
Her friend's not that happy. Was that the queen of the pouty face right there?
Well, you know, hey, it can be a little sensitive at that age.
I am not going to look at her. Are they Twinkies?
Could be.
Ouch. So Cueto asking Stanton if he's all right.
It's not something a hitter really wants to hear. Try and jam him. Hey, the guy's 6'6". He's got long arms. Where are you going to pitch him? Pitch him in.
Aim at the elbow guard.
The protective piece. I think it missed a lot of the protective piece.
Here's Yelich. Yelich on the ground, foul.
Our ball dude, Dino Mancinelli, going over there making a play. Let's go, Dino.
Yelich struck out in the first inning. Cueto's next pitch is down low. Stanton's been on base twice. He walked in the first, now hit by a pitch.
When you got hit by a pitch, did you want to steal a base?
I did. I also wanted to tell the guy after he'd thrown over there 4 times, you shouldn't have hit me. Go at home. On the ground, Belt can't get it. It's under his glove. So Stanton is going to be waved in. And it's going to be Belt on the carom. And now the ball gets away. And the tying run goes to third. So about 5 people touched that ball. And none caught it.
Yeah, it's going to be a double for Yelich, an RBI for Yelich, and it's going to be an error on Brandon Belt. So Belt not only doesn't get to the ground ball, but when he gets the relay that caroms off a panic, he catches it, throws high. Hundley can't pick it up. Cueto couldn't get to it, and the Giants lose another 90 feet.
There's one touch. Stanton doesn't have any idea they're going to send it until right here.
Freddie Gonzalez, third base coach, giving him the green light there at the end. It's the 4th error of the year for Brandon Belt.
Swing, ain't gonna miss. 1 ball and 1 strike.
See the backswing of Marcell Ozuna. If you're a catcher, you got to be aware that you may get dinged. That top hand comes off the bat, and he's got a big arc behind him. I always liked it when hitters would get in the batter's box aware that they had a big backswing, and they would warn catchers. George Scott used to do that.
Big boomer.
And his backswing was faster than most guys' regular swing.
Fair ball down the left field line. So Ozuna's going to have a double. He'll knock in his 70th run of the year. And this game is tied.
.525 average when ahead in the count, second best in major leagues. Well, he gets count leverage. That's not a hanger. I mean, that's a 90-mile-an-hour sink off the plate in. Bent arm swing, stays inside it, and that ball was loud coming off the bat.
So here's Justin Bour. With a swing and a foul backing out of play.
That ball off the bat of Ozuna, 112 miles per hour. That's how loud that was. That's loud.
Span will catch. Ozuna will tag. And he'll make it. So 2 outs, and here's Prado. Prado got called out on a questionable pitch. Remember, he's got pretty good numbers lifetime against Johnny Cueto. Always a good day for that.
Well, I agree. It could be 4 degrees below freezing. It'd be a good day for that. I can't even think of a day that's not a good day for that. Psyched.
Got to get after it right away. And a strike to Prado. So Cueto looking for a shutdown inning is not going to get it. Two and one. Real Muto is on deck. 3 balls and 1 strike. It may be that Cueto wants to go after Real Muto.
Well, we talked about the history that Prado has had against Johnny Cueto. That's good. Cueto knows that. And he's really got 2 bases to play with here.
Nope, and the walk.
Thing is, Real Muto has been red hot in this series. They're one of the toughest outs the Marlins have thrown at the Giants. So this ought to be an interesting confrontation between both Cueto and Real Muto.
Hit a semi-hard line drive to Crawford to end the second. 1 ball and no strikes. Hit a home run Friday night.
Corey Guerin with a little slider that's still flattened out at the belt. Real Muto with 5 hits so far in the first 2 games.
Hit on the ground to Jay Wong, and that'll end the inning. The Marlins tie it up, and it'll be Span to lead it off.
Sports Bay Area is brought to you by Toyota, the full-line automaker with the longest-lasting vehicles in America. Toyota, let's go places.
Welcome back to AT Park and the Giants broadcast. We're in the brand new Toyota Fan Zone. It was created this season for families who come to AT Park. Guys, let's be honest, it is hard to keep your kids' attention for 9 innings. So take a break and come out here. It's above the bleachers, left field, and you can check out any new vehicle that Toyota has on display. Ghirardelli is right over here, and you've got the baseball field where the kids can take a whack at some wiffle balls, and of course the brand new aquarium that we've been talking about all weekend, 13,000 gallons, and it's all fish indigenous to the Bay Area. This little one here, she's gonna score, she's gonna do it, she's gonna do it, home run. It's a great place to come out and take the family and get a break, guys.
And Amy doing play-by-play. No balls and 1 strike to Span.
She could do that, not a problem.
Span hit a fly ball to left. Strokes this one into center field, but it's right at Yelich. 1 out.
Well, and speaking of Amy G, you know where she's going? She's going to the All-Star game. She's taking over for the NBC Sports Bay Area social media, and it's going to have feeds that come all the way from Miami. Follow her on NBCS Authentic on Instagram, Snapchat, and Twitter with the hashtag AmyG at ASG. And she has to get on a red eye tonight.
Oh my gosh. Where did you hear that from?
I just heard a rumor. I mean, but I know that Amy G is not that fond of red eyes.
Well, wait till she finds out they got tilapia for their meal tonight. Little pop-up left side of the diamond, and Riddle will make the catch. John Miller will be in here for innings 4, 5, and 6. Dave Fleming on assignment.
Yeah, 2 things Amy G does not do: red eyes and seafood. She can't even look at an aquarium.
She doesn't even like to take her kids to the beach. Pence takes outside. Yep. It's just the way it is. Pence with a swing and a miss.
It's a good changeup right there. You can see why the Marlins like the young right-hander, Jose Urena. I was talking about throwing skills, and you notice when Urena takes the ball out of his glove, very short circle, then he gets the ball up, and he'll point that ball right to second base. But when that front foot goes down, I mean, that's the position he wants to be in, a high hand position.
And that'll end the inning. John Miller will be in. I'll see you back here in the 7th. It's a 2-2 ball game.
First is our annual Wine Fest presented by Loca. Your special event ticket will include access to the pregame wine tasting event and a ticket to watch the Giants take on the Padres. Plus, you get a reusable Giants wine pouch. I want to get that. I want to get that. Hey, to receive the wine pouch, you need to get a ticket. So go to sfgiants.com/special events. It is all tied up 2 apiece. We're in the top of the 4th inning. And here to tell you about it, my friend John Miller.
JT Riddle coming up for the Marlins. Left-handed batting shortstop. And there's ball 1. If you're a manager, you want a shortstop who's a good shortstop, but who hits left-handed. Not many of them swing left-handed. Highly coveted. The Giants have one. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike.
Giants have one who had the big blow today, a 2-run homer from Brandon Crawford. That has been the Giants offense.
And that was impressive, because it was just to the right of the 421 sign over the 20-foot high wall out there. That's a graveyard for home run hitters. There's a ball, 2-1. Riddle was given the automatic walk his first time. I've decided there's no such thing as an intentional walk anymore. That when you're talking intent, no, that was just to distinguish an intentional walk from a regular walk. This is an automatic walk. There's no pitches thrown. The intent is out of it. They just say, go to first. It's an automatic.
Well, I think it should be called the Barry Bonds.
Would have saved a lot of guys a lot of pitches over the years.
Indeed.
I forgot that Barry, the 1 year he was walked intentionally 120 times. Two and two the count.
When you think about it, Barry Bonds played for 20 years. He had 688 intentional walks.
And probably 600 of them in the last 5 or 6 years that he played.
That's one whole year of his career. He was intentionally walked.
And as often as he was, he had more home runs than that. Up the middle, Crawford. Nice. Beautifully done to get his opposite number, the shortstop. Riddle is gone.
Well, you know, it's fun to talk about ways to change the game. I think, you know, calling an intentional walk of Barry Bonds would save time.
Yeah. Well, making it an automatic walk, but oh, you mean not call it a Barry Bonds?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's a BB.
So instead of base on balls, Barry Bonds. That hit well deep left center field by Urena, the pitcher. And Denard Span runs it down. Urena's like, are you kidding me? I hit one that far, and he caught it. And he doesn't believe it. He's still running.
He thinks he hit a home run.
He's rounding third. He's heading home.
Yo, El Dude, grab some pine.
I guess he finally got the word.
Well, at least he had fun on the out. I mean, I didn't think anybody could get to this. This is right, splitting the gap. And right at the end, Denard Span comes over and gloves it. I don't think he ever had a doubt he was going to get to this one. Nice play.
Well, to the spot where the exclamation point on the Yahoo sign out there, that's 404 feet from home plate. It's deeper to that part of the ballpark than to straightaway center. D. Gordon slashes it foul. So that is a home run in most ballparks. And I think he was in denial for a few moments there that it wasn't a home run. Urena, the bunt goes foul.
There's the catch by the Yahoo sign you're talking about. Yahoo! Nice play. Don't you want to say that every time a play gets made out in front of that sign? And there's Urena. He took the trot around the bags. Johnny's going, really?
What's Johnny saying? Yeah, you did just what I was hoping you'd do. Crawford. And Cueto has kept D. Gordon off the bases 3 straight times now. A key to success against this team is Span ran and ran and ran and tracked it down. Nicely done. Brandon Belt coming up. It's 2-2.
Sports Bay Area is brought to you by Kelly Moore Paints. Go where the pros go. Kelly Moore, the painter's paint store. By the California Academy of Sciences. Discover pterosaurs. Flight in the Age of Dinosaurs. An epic new exhibit at the California Academy of Sciences. And by Pete's Cold Brew. The true cold brew that's always cold so it's always fresh. Pete's is coming in cold to a store near you.
We are in where else? The world famous city by the bay, the view from the Marin Headlands back through the Golden Gate. That is a world class, very world renowned view of the city by the bay from up there. Brandon Belt takes a slider for a call strike. In fact, Mike, I'm thinking now that I just looked at that view, I want to head over there to Fort Cronkite and just sit on one of those benches up there and admire it for a bit during the All-Star break. A ball and a strike now to Belt.
Very interesting place, and they still have gun turrets up there. They have an armory up there. I mean, that's where they set up shop to defend the bay if somebody came in to invade us.
During World War II, and it's kind of like a ghost town fort up there, various locations. Also, a spectacular beach at the very end of all of that. You got to go through the one-way tunnel to get out there. And that is back out of play. 2-2.
I never knew it even existed. You were the one that encouraged me to go up there a few years ago, and we spent about 4 hours up there. It was wonderful.
But I remember when I was going to get married to Janine, we sat there in one of the benches near some of the old fortress stuff, and there's a ball too high. 3-2 to Belt, who doubled his first time. And of course, we were going to get married, and I was in Baltimore. We were moving to Baltimore. I said, sweetheart, we have views very similar to this in Baltimore.
Yeah.
And that is ball 4 to Brandon Belt. Brandon Crawford coming up.
All right, time now for our Togo's Big Play the Togo's way. When you hit one here, we are bragging about it, and this is the home run that Crawford hit in the second inning. Nobody out, Belt on second, and he unloads to the deep part of the yard. And that is our Togo's big play, the Togo's way.
Now, StatCast said 418 feet on that, and I'm not buying it. I think they shorted him a little bit.
Yeah, I do too.
That wall is 20 feet high out there. Crawford shows bunt and takes a called strike.
Guy hits a home run like that, you're not expecting him to bunt his next at bat, I'm going to tell you.
Well, he had Prado backed up over there and well wide of third base. That brought him in a little bit. The middle infielders are pulled into double play depth with Bohr on the bag with Belt at first. A ball and a strike. 2-2 here in the last of the fourth inning. Brandon Crawford now with his 2-run homer today has 4 RBIs in the last 2 games, yesterday and today. So he may be ready to get it going now. And the Giants are anxious to see it, even with the slump that he's had here in the first half. He is tied for the club lead in RBIs with Brandon Belt. Too low. 3-1 the count. Urena, young right-hander who was in the bullpen when the season started, did not get put into the rotation until May the 7th. And he's been pitching very well. That is pulled foul. 3-2.
Yeah, you watch his delivery. I mean, he's got really a loose shoulder. He's got outstanding throwing mechanics with a short circle, gets himself up in a high position. Just the mechanics alone will lead you to believe that he's going to be able to command the strike zone and have a consistency with his stuff, and he's showing that today. And his fastball and changeup combination, and it's identical arm action, very deceptive.
Belt back to the bag.
And Urena's no baby. This is 9th year of professional baseball. Let's take a look at the play. Who got it? Lefty. Nice going, left-hander. Right in the sweet spot.
3-2 the count. Belt is running. Crawford, foul. Bohr in front of the bag, gloved in foul ground. Crawford will try it again. The Brandons center stage right now. Belt at first, Crawford at the plate. And Jae-Gyun Hwang is on deck. Three and 2. Belt runs. Crawford into center field, but not deep enough. As Yelich right at the edge of the track. Belt will have to go back to first. He's swinging the bat well right now, though.
You know, there is irony to guys who go through what Crawford's been going through. He started off hot, then he really cooled off and has been looking for a swing for about the last 3.5 weeks. And now he's just about ready to find one as he catches this ball on the bottom, has backspin on it, which is what you're looking for. And what happens? You're going to take 4 days off.
Glad to see you're in the groove. Take 4 days off. Jae-Gyun Wong fouled out to the catcher his first time. And I did talk to him about the pronunciation of his name, because in English the phonetic spelling is H-W-A-N-G, but it's not like Huang. It's, he says it Huang, something like that. And it comes out that way about once every 5 times I say it. This is a double play ball. You get 1 at second, Gordon 2 at first, and that's the inning. We head to the 5th, and Giancarlo Stanton will be coming up.
California Ford dealers. Yesterday, Barry Bonds had his Wall of Fame ceremony on King Street. He became the 49th Giant to go up on the wall. A very special moment when Larry Baer and Peter McGowan unveiled the plaque, and Barry stood there with all his family. And later on, he threw out the first pitch. It was a great day, and he was truly touched. His son Nikolai catching the first pitch. And that's our Smart Play, brought to you by your California Ford dealers.
His mom, Pat, applauding the crowd as they walked off the field as a family. There's strike 1 to Giancarlo Stanton, who got hit by a pitch, and that started a 2-run rally in the 3rd. Ooh. That ball is smoked. High and deep and way, way back there. Oh, a home run for Giancarlo Stanton, way back onto the net, protecting the Giants' garden out there. 3-2 Miami. 25th home run this year for Stanton, 2nd in the league behind Joey Votto.
Well, Cueto started the at bat with a breaking ball, came back with the same speed, and this one had a little hang on it. And the scary thing about this is I don't think he got all of it. He had good backspin on it. But every time you see this guy swing the bat, I mean, he absolutely gets all of it. It goes to places you've never seen before. And as far as that was, I mean, you could explain that distance. Some you can't.
Giancarlo Stanton, as Yelich fouls it back. 0-2.
A hanger. Absolute piered it. Balance in his swing could not have been better. You can take a look at the distance, how far back on the net out in center field. Guarding the garden, about halfway up.
That is just barely foul.
I think he hit that ball about 4 inches above the thumbs. We saw a couple of baseballs that Giancarlo Stanton hit yesterday in batting practice that have gone to a place in this ballpark we'd never seen before. And he hit like 3 of them up there by the Coke bottle in left field.
One ball, 2 strikes to Yelich. He hit a double and not going to run his last time. It's 2-2. By the way, the StatCast says that Stanton only hit that ball at 108 miles an hour off the bat.
Oh, he's got more.
So you said, I don't think he got all of it. Well, yesterday he hit one for a double, 118 miles an hour. So we know he didn't get all of it. It's only 108. 443 feet was their estimate for the distance as to how far it would have gone by the time it came back to earth. 3-2. And it's too low. He walked him.
Oh, this is the batting practice yesterday we're talking about. You can take a look where he was hitting up there on the platform by the Coke sign or the Coke bottle. I mean, that you just don't see. And it's not like it's an overswing on the guy's part either. And everybody just sort of stood there shaking their head.
Ozuna, another guy with enormous power. And Hundley behind the plate. Now, and I don't know, he might have even been in fair ground by the time he caught up to it. Looking right up into the harsh glare of the sun. And then the wind got hold of it. And ends up making a great catch on it.
Well, I mean, about 98% of it was pretty standard pop-up, and then the last 2% was pretty standard Candlestick Park. You find it, shade your eyes. Now, all of a sudden, you stay with it, and you.
It did look like it was just still on the foul side there, but it was not easy.
And he used every bit of that catcher's glove right in the tip of the pocket, or the web, I should say.
One away, Justin Bour, another big power slugger, and it's 0-1. Bour hit a double out toward the 421 sign his first time. One hopped the wall out there right next to 421. Huang, and that is out number 2. Pop up. Bour is 1 for 3, so 2 down. Yelich still at first. The Marlins now leading this game 3-2 on the home run by Stanton. As you see the big crowd, the panoramic look, the Bay Bridge in the background, McCovey Cove with an armada. That's a pretty big day out there in the Cove, enjoying the sunshine. San Francisco Bay.
Great place to take your pup. I think that's the first time that dog's been on a paddleboard. Yeah. Smiling.
That's a dog. Oh man, I love it out here.
That's exactly right.
Back to the bag at first is Yelich.
Yeah, that's a dog smiling.
I love my human. He does such fun things.
It sure beats the old backyard.
Prado has struck out and walked against Johnny Cueto. In Colorado, the rookie Kyle Freeland was working on a no-hitter into the 7th inning. But he has walked the first 2 hitters of the 7th. So he's still got a no-hitter, but their bullpen has gotten busy. And I guess, Mike, the Rockies batted for quite some time. They had a 5-run 6th inning. shut him down for a long time. It had been a tight pitcher's duel up until that big inning.
Oh, good runs are good things if you're a pitcher, but every once in a while you sit on that bench for a long time, it can take your rhythm away. 5-run inning can work against you. Not that you hear pitchers complain about it too often. It's a nice problem to have to deal with.
3-1. Johnny Cueto wouldn't mind if they had a 5-run inning every once in a while when he's pitching. But Freeland is up. The pitch count starting to mount for him. And as a rookie, they'll keep a close eye on that. As Crawford is out. That's all for Prado. Man's best friend, or in this case, a dog's best human. Deep drive of the game during the first half. The drive of the first half. It was in the 17th inning. Buster Posey, just as soon as he hit it, like a sigh of relief. A long journey deep into the night. It was at about 1:45 the next day after they started against Robert Stevenson, the walk-off homer, and the Giants won that game 3-2. 5 hours, 28 minutes after it started, Buster Posey ended it.
Well, and pretty remarkable when you consider that he was in the squat all night long, catching all 17 of those innings. Not often it's the catcher that ends it with a walk-off home run, but it's certainly a memory of the first half that we will not forget. Nor will that man right there, Bruce Bochy. He appreciates a catcher catching 17, as he was a former catcher.
Buster was in the squat that night for 269 pitches, and much less all the warming up he had to do for 17 innings, between innings and relief pitchers and whatnot. Buster, by the way, got the night off the next day.
As he should.
Nick Hundley, he had a single to right his first time. Giants are down by a run now, facing Urania. 97 miles an hour with that one. It's 2-1.
And it's an easy 97. But the thing that really sets it apart is the similarity to his arm action on the fastball and the changeup. It's the same.
That is foul. Man, it was fair for what, about 80 feet. So Freeland, I guess, has still got the no-hitter going. He got 2 walks to start the 7th inning, and then he got Avisail Garcia to ground into a double play.
He just finished the 7th. He's got 92 pitches, so he could do it. It's amazing how you to think that the biggest opponent is no longer the guys you're pitching against. It's the pitch count, especially if you're a rookie.
Well, they really want to take very good care of those young arms. They've had 4 rookies in the rotation for most of the first half. And Freeland may have been the best of them. Just got a piece of that one. 2-2. To Nick Hundley. Hundley with Gorkis Hernandez on deck, and then Johnny Cueto due up third. 3-2 Miami. The spectacular home run by Giancarlo Stanton. 443 feet, the estimate. Put the Marlins ahead. And Stanton looks up. Adios! Pelota! A right-handed hitter over the right field wall. Again, Stanton did it on Friday, and we thought, well, that's Stanton. But now Nick Hundley does it here to tie the game.
Well, it's rare that you see carry to right field, but when it gets warm here, you get drift that goes the other way. And for Nick Hundley, he just gets it perfect with backspin. He does it in a 2-strike count. And look at her go. That is a rarity.
That's only the 46th time. This is the 18th season of baseball here in this ballpark, and only the 46th time that a right-handed batter has hit a home run over that wall or to that field. Usually the wind will knock a ball like that down. Many of the left-handed hitters had a hard time hitting a home run to right field over the years here. Check swing by Gorkis. An appeal? No, says Phil Cuzzy. So Nick Hundley, pretty impressive. I remember on a rainy night earlier this year, he hit one that scraped high up off that wall for a double.
Well, we watched Hundley when he was with the Rockies, and he really took advantage of the live part of Coors Field, the right side. I mean, he'd hit balls out there a lot. And you just don't see many home runs to the right side of this ballpark. I mean, you think about it, 46 home runs hit to right field by right-handed hitters since the year 2000. And that club is really a pretty elite bunch.
Well, that's less than 3 a year. And the fastball for the strikeout. Let's go upstairs now to our colleague, Amy G.
All right, gentlemen, it is time for our Giants in the Community segment. It is brought to you by PG&E. Earlier today, the Giants welcomed members of the Community Youth Center in San Francisco. It's a group that empowers and strengthens high-need Asian youth and their families through education, employment, training, and other support services. They got to get a behind-the-scenes tour of the ballpark and learned how PG&E helped Giants earn their Gold Lead certification. To learn more, you can check it out at www.cycsf.org. John.
All right, thanks, Amy. As Johnny Cueto hits the fly ball to right field. So 2 down in the inning. 3-3 the score. Here is Denard Span. Span, who hit one over that wall here Friday night in the 9th inning and out into San Francisco Bay. 74th time that a Giant had launched one into the Bay since the ballpark opened. Of course, 35 of those 74 were achieved by Barry Bonds himself. And that just misses his panic. Showed bunt. I believe, Mike, that Dave Fleming looked this up on Friday after Stanton's home run. Hundley would become the 16th Giant, or that's the 16th time a Giant has, as he bunts it. Prado not in time. Well done. Keeps the inning going.
Well done indeed. You talk about how to execute the drag bunt perfectly, and this is how you do it. It all starts with showing late. Now, you've got to convince everybody that you're not going to bunt, and then when you do bunt, you want to hit it off the end of the bat, right towards the tip. Get that bat head out there on top of the strike zone. Follow that movement. get that thing down on the ground, then it's just a foot race. And if you can deaden the ball enough, you got a chance, and he could not have done it any better.
Now the perfect complement to getting a 2-out bunt single is to then steal second base and get yourself into scoring position.
Well, I think he's going to take the challenge. But I like, I mean, the key when you turn around to drag bunt is get that bat head to the top of the strike zone. That's your starting point. Get it out there quickly. And that's where most guys fail. They drag the bat into the contact position. And the technique performed there by Bernard Span, I mean, that was letter perfect.
Joe Panik is flied out to left, popped out to short. He's not been able to pull the ball today against Urania, and he pops this one up. Shallow left field. Riddle, the shortstop. Nick Hundley. Tell it, bye-bye, baby. To tie the game as we move into the 6th inning. 3-3.
Is presented by the authority of the San Francisco Giants and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of San Francisco Giants Baseball Club, LLC.
Well, check out the NBA Summer League. Warriors taking on the Cavs, and you'll see it live from Las Vegas. Your first chance to see draft pick Jordan Bell in action with the young Warriors. Patrick McCaw and Kevin Looney as they face the rival Cavs tomorrow, 5:30, followed by Warriors Outsiders on NBC Sports Bay Area. Warriors Outsiders will immediately follow the game.
It's sharply to Huang at third. And in time, he gave a little double clutch there. And Real Muto moves pretty well for a catcher.
He does. He's a good, very athletic catcher.
Now this guy may be the most underappreciated catcher in the National League because he's not a bad receiver, but his hitting, he came into this game hitting .306 and .361 on base average. The guy can hit. That's why this Marlins lineup is just tough from top to bottom. As Cueto with a soft one in there to Riddle, the 8th place hitter. It's 0-1. On 2.
Backs it up. 2 changeups in a row. It's amazing when you lose a lead in the game and your team picks you back up and ties the score or goes ahead. It really does put fuel in your tank.
Up the middle on an 0-2 pitch, another off-speed pitch, 3rd in a row, and he was right on it this time. 5th hit for Miami. And now Ichiro will come up on his way to the Hall of Fame, 43 years old now. Ichiro, who he had over 1,200 hits in the Japanese leagues, and he's had over 3,000 hits in Major League Baseball, and combined more hits than even Pete Rose, the hit king in Major League Baseball history. Although in the Major League Baseball record books, those hits do not count from Japan. But I think for fans of Ichiro, they count. More hits than anybody in history, in the minds of a lot of people, and he didn't get them all here in Major League Baseball. So Pete Rose's record is secure.
Well, when you watch this guy play, it really is a privilege. That's how good he has been. And the other remarkable thing about him, which you could say about a lot of the greats, is how he has maintained his body throughout his career. I mean, he's still in incredible shape. He stretches religiously every day. He really is disciplined in the way he takes care of himself. And it's allowed him to play till he's 43.
1-2 to Ichiro. Last year with some injuries. In fact, Giancarlo Stanton was one of them. He got put on the shelf for a long time, and Ichiro ended up playing quite a bit, much more than planned, and he hit .291 at age 42 for the Marlins last year, the year in which he got his 3,000th major league hit. Into left field, hit it too hard. Gorky Hernandez. In this ballpark, he'll forever be part of the history of AT Park and the All-Star game 10 years ago. And he hit it off the bricks out there, and it took a right turn. And he just kept on going. Inside the park, home run.
I mean, you talk about scoring easily on an inside the parker.
And that was that's really the only one like that we've seen in this ballpark in 18 years. We've seen balls that got through all the way out to 421. But Ichiro hit the bricks out there, and it took an abrupt right turn. Brandon Crawford. Wow, D. Gordon was not running. That was weird.
That was weird.
Penn spelled Crawford coming up.
Bay Area is brought to you by the all-new 2017 Chrysler Pacifica by AAA. Get a free canvas backpack. Restrictions apply. Go to AAA.com/road trip or to a AAA branch for details. By Southwest. Yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency. By Jack in the Box. Come try the new sweet or spicy barbecue bacon cheeseburger and chicken sandwich. Limited time only. And by Heffernan Insurance Brokers. Insurance and financial services for you and your business. Visit hefins.com.
Marlins 3, Giants 3 as we head to the last of the 6th inning. A pitching change for the Marlins. And Harlan Garcia, the left-hander, comes in. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and repair experts.
Good numbers for the Marlins left-hander Harlan Garcia. He's the only lefty in their bullpen. He's only allowed 27 base runners in 29 1/3 innings. Averages just about a strikeout an inning. Got a good fastball. It'll go mid to high 90s, hard slider, and a changeup. And that was the changeup, and that is a good one.
Hunter Pence is grounded out to second and struck out. It was against the starting pitcher Urena. 5 innings, 3 runs, 5 hits allowed for Urena. That is smoked into left field, a base hit.
We talk about how weird it was that D. Gordon, one of the fastest guys in the game, did not get down the line very well. Now you see why. He slipped coming out of the batter's box. I mean, he's not a player that dogs it. I mean, he hustles all the time, and when he gets out of the batter's box here, or tries to, he stumbles, and that kind of took away the speed. So now that weirdness explained, because he's not the type of player that we want to dog.
D. Gordon, whose father was a longtime major league pitcher. Tom Gordon, whose nickname was Flash, and who was always known as Flash Gordon, both a starter and a reliever. And D. Gordon, who really played more basketball as a kid, but he has turned into an outstanding major league player and a force. He's a dynamic player. And I think as they've got activity, Dustin McGowan up in the bullpen, a right-hander. I think coming up with the Dodger organization, when he got to the big leagues, he had a chance to work on a daily basis with Maury Wills. And his game's a lot like Maury Wills' game was years ago. Maury was a very slight of build, had a lot of speed, learned how to bunt, and was an outstanding base stealer. And D. Gordon's game kind of mirrors the game of Maury Wills all those many years ago, back in the 60s. Bell skies one. Riddle battling the wind and the sun, and that's a nice play with a lot of obstacles.
Well, as you get around the 7th inning, that's when the pop-ups and fly balls really become more difficult for the defenders in the middle of the field. Second baseman, shortstop, center fielders. Something that Omar Vizquel pointed out to us when he was playing. He says it's really not an issue with pop-ups or fly balls early in the game, but late in the day game, that's when you start to have problems. And look at the reflection of the sun in the glasses of Riddle. Not an easy play.
It's great camera work there. Here is Brandon Crawford. He blasted a long home run right near the 421 sign out in right center over the 20-foot high wall for the first 2 runs of the game back in the 2nd. And he flied out deep to center. The ball caught at the edge of the warning track his last time. Now facing the left-hander. Garcia. Runner at first, 1 out. This was a big fly.
Well, this was a big fly. Fastball. A lot of power behind that fastball. It always helps when the guy's got velocity when you square one up. That's when you see your long home runs, and this was one of them.
One ball, 1 strike. Gordon. And out at second to first. Safe. And just barely. Wow. D. Gordon with a spectacular play.
Well, I think D. Gordon has the best range for a second baseman in the National League, and he's also got the best arm. He may have the best arm of any middle infielder. That's how good his arm is. So when he gets to it, I mean, he can make up for the fact that he doesn't have great balance to get a throw off. Beautiful play, and from the knees gets set up. Barehander. Little slingshot over to Riddle, and do they get him at the backside? They do not. Take a look at the angle with which Gordon gives the feed to Riddle. A nice exchange from Riddle.
Don Mattingly out with the left-handed hitters gone. A string of right-handers coming up. He's going to bring in McGowan, the right-hander, from the bullpen. 3-3 with Wong coming up. As we go to the last, or we are in the last of the 6th inning, we continue. Dustin McGowan in for the Marlins bullpen with a runner at first and 2 down. Jae-Gyun Hwang coming up. Meanwhile, we've been kind of focused on what's going on in Denver, where Kyle Freeland has 7 innings of a no-hitter. But the Rockies, who had a 5-run 6th inning, and were up for a long time, and they're having another very long inning in the 7th. 2 more runs have scored. Been pitching changes by the White Sox. And now Kyle Freeland is batting for himself. There you see the score posted here at AT&T Park on the hand-operated out-of-town scoreboard. So maybe he's going to get a chance to continue, at least for a while. He's thrown 99 pitches, apparently. Wong 0 for 2. And that's ball 1.
McGowan, a sinker baller. You'll see him with low to mid-90s velocity on that sinker. Well, Freeland, who's got 99 pitches. If you're Bud Black, the skipper of the Rockies, you go and say, hey, you go out, but you better have like a 7 or less pitch inning. It's going to be your last.
Well, truly, they'd love to give him a shot at it, I'm sure. They don't come along every day, especially at Coors Field, but he's a young guy, and I think they think he's going to be a star.
I think this is a manager's nightmare. You have a young pitcher, a rookie. He's got a no-hitter. He's close to 100 pitch level after 7. What do you do? Take him out. That's what you do.
Well, one thing they did do is let him hit for himself in the 7th, and he just knocked in a run with a single. Out in center field, Yelich battling the sun and the wind, and he caught it, and he lost it right at the last, but he held on to it. The inning is over. Giancarlo Stanton will be coming up in the 7th. Dwayne Kuiper returns from the radio side. It's 3-3.
By your local Toyota dealer. Let's take a look at the numbers after 6 full innings of play. For the Marlins, 3 runs on 5 hits, no errors. The Giants, 3 runs on 6 hits, 1 error. And it has all been about the home runs. Giants have out-homered the Marlins. A 2-run shot by Crawford in the second. A solo opposite field home run by Nick Hundley. Only the 46th time that a right-hander has hit a ball out of this ballpark to right field. And then a long home run by Giancarlo Stanton in the 5th. That is our Toyota game summary. 3-3. We're at the top of the 7th. And here, once again, my partner, Dwayne Kuiper.
All right, Mike, and it'll be Stanton to lead things off. And the pitch. And it's in tight. 1 ball and no strikes. I'd say this guy's hot right now. Cueto knows it.
Well, he is hot. And he will be featured tomorrow in the Home Run Derby contest, and I'm looking forward to it. Last year, Giancarlo Stanton won the Home Run Derby contest. He hit 61 homers in San Diego. That's like impossible. And it wasn't just that he hit him, it was where he hit him. And tomorrow he's coming into the competition, and he doesn't have the best bat speed. Aaron Judge of the Yankees has got more bat speed, more power, if you can believe it.
Wow. This is his home run in the 5th inning.
They get kind of a hanging breaking ball out over the plate. He hit it out over 440 feet to straightaway center. 101 miles per hour was the exit velocity coming off the bat.
That's all? What was it?
108.
Oh.
I know, he didn't get it all.
Goodness.
It's kind of a scary thought.
Here's Yelich. Stanton's been on base 4 times. And who benefits out of that? Well, this guy does. And the next pitch is inside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Ozuna's on deck. Back, pretty good rip. 1 and 2. So Cueto at 98 pitches. Oakland and Strickland. Hammered. Hernandez off the bottom of the wall. Hernandez with a nice play, and it'll be 2nd and 3rd with nobody out. He can hit.
Well, he really can. And at times you watch the hit chart that this guy puts up, and you would swear he's a right-handed hitter. He hits so many balls with authority to the left side of the field. And this is a 2-strike count. Ball with 2-seam movement, running away at 90, and not a hanger, right on the corner. And the long arm Yelich just flicks the bat head right through it and almost knocks it out of here. That was high off the wall. Watch the play from Gorkis Hernandez as he plays the carom. I mean, that right there saved a run. So Dave Righetti going to come out, just letting everybody in that bullpen get finished off.
Baseball's 2 biggest events of the summer are back-to-back. The action begins at the Home Run Derby July 10th. They'll start at 5, and then the biggest stars will be at the 88th MLB All-Star Game on July 11th, and they'll start at 4:30 Pacific Time. Check your local listings. So here's Ozuna, and the pitch is high. Ozuna's got an RBI. He picked up a double in the 3rd, hit a ball down the left field line. In the dirt, nice block. It's 2-0.
Well, I mean, this is a situation where Cueto's pitching for the strikeout. He's got an open base. He's not going to give in to Ozuna. This is all about competition right here. Cueto in a 3-3 ball game. He's digging deep.
That foul. 2 balls and 1 strike. See those lofty numbers with runners in scoring position. Hence infield not totally in, more like halfway. Two and two.
Good changeup. That's a power changeup. Now you've got 3 ways you could go. Really, more if you consider 4 sides of the plate. You can go back underneath the strike zone with another changeup. You can heat up above the letters across the middle of the plate with a fastball. You can 2-seam them off the corner end. You can hard slide them away. You do not want to throw a strike in the middle of the strike zone here. Front door breaking ball, and that's one Cueto wanted. He got it earlier in the game. Just rubbing off of the corner.
So it's 3 and 2. Maybe he'll throw it again. That foul.
Another change up. We use the terminology of power changeup, but people look at you like, what are you talking about? But it's exactly what it feels like if you're in the batter's box and a guy comes at you with that much body movement, that much arm snap. See what Ozuna does against the fastball. 366 against him, ranks him 4th in the league. And he pitched him exactly the way he wanted to pitch him. He did not give in to him with that open base.
So Bruce Bochy's coming out. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change, tune-up, and repair experts. We'll be back.
For the T-Mobile Home Run Derby Bracket Challenge. With a little luck, you and 3 friends may be going to the 2017 World Series thanks to T-Mobile. Make your picks at MLB.com/bracket challenge.
Here at AT&T Park, it's a 3-3 ball game, but To say that the Marlins are threatening would be an understatement. The bases are loaded with nobody out. You see the numbers for Oker.
They're numbers that are getting better every time he's gone out there. His ERA is still bloated from a couple of rough outings early in the year, but he's been throwing great ball of late.
Here's Justin Bohr, and on the first pitch he bloops one foul, and Eli Whiteside, nice play.
Sweet hands, Eli. And Oker did exactly what he had to do. He bases loaded. You got to get in that strike zone. You got to make something happen. Not the time to nibble.
And a flare to left and a base hit. 1 run's going to score. 2 runs are going to score, and it's 5-3 Marlins on the base hit by that man right there.
That's a strong man base hit right there. Take a look at the pitch. It's out over the plate, but Bohr just big. It's a ball really up the bat, up above the label towards the hands, and that's a hit that only guys with good hand strength could get.
So we're going to take a break. It'll be Strickland coming in. So did Gillespie, and we'll talk about that more when we come back. Hunter Strickland.
Take a look at the numbers for Strickland. His 36th game coming in. He's 1-2 with a 2.08 ERA. More strikeouts than innings pitched. So he's going to try and come in and just calm things down and keep the deficit at 2 runs. And if you're Prado, you're going to sit on high velocity gas.
Gillespie comes in on the double switch. So Gillespie will hit in the 9th spot. And he will hit in the bottom of this inning. On the ground slowly to Gillespie, who's just into the game, and he's going to throw. So almost works as a sacrifice bunt. And it'll be Real Muto who's going to hit. Realmuto is 0 for 3. That's now forced to play the infield in. strike. Pitch fastball, no balls and 1 strike.
For a guy like Strickland, as we mentioned, who averages just about a strikeout an inning, I mean, this is the situation that he really was born to take on, and that is the strikeout situation. Runner at third base, less than 2 outs.
Little blue, and that's going to fall. So coming in to score is Ozuna, and it's 6-3. So Riddle's going to hit. So Riddle hit with runners at first and third. 3 runs here in the inning. It all started with a leadoff walk, a 4-pitch walk to Stanton. Swing and a miss.
Like Riddle was up there looking for one thing, got it. When you get a pure fastball pitcher like Strickland, who thinks fastball, now he's got a slider and he's got a split to go with it, but for the most part, if you're getting that batter's box, you're going to think about that fastball. Then it's not only just do you look fastball, you look either in or out. You get real specific.
It's a ball and a strike. Justin Bour's at third. Realmuto is at first. And the runner goes, so we're going to foul back. It's 1-2. Six-3 Marlins here in the 7th. Johnny Cueto pitched pretty well today, but the walks did hurt him, at least the one in here in the 7th to start things off.
Yeah, a rare 6-walk day for Cueto.
Runner goes again, and it's high. Realmuto did the dive into second. That wasn't something that will be on his baseball card.
That would actually, it was kind of a crowd like the entertainment value. Just take a look at, kind of becomes a shrimp as he goes into second base. Face plant, shrimp, yep.
Spitting teeth.
Teammates, that's good. Thank you. We appreciate the entertainment. Boy, ha, 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 ha.
Hit out to right for Hunter Pence. Hunter's going to air it out, and it's going to be late as Justin Bour scores. So sacrifice fly, and now it becomes a 4-run 7th. That last run charged to Okert, and Tyler Moore is going to hit. .277 for Tyler Moore. Got 8 pinch hits this year. And a strike, and it's 0-1. Strickland deals. So I'm going to foul down the right field line and out of play.
You know, the one thing you look at when you're a player, the schedule when it comes out, you look at where are you when the first half ends. How long is it going to take you to get back home so you can start your All-Star break? And for the Marlins, they got kind of a rough deal ending the first half here in San Francisco. They got a long way to go to get back home.
And the next pitch is high, 1-2. Unless you're from California,
then you just stay home. Head back to Miami maybe on Wednesday or Thursday.
And a bit outside, 2-2.
We had 1 year when I was with the Cubs. We finished up in Pittsburgh in the first half, which is not a big deal. Pittsburgh is Chicago. But a lot of guys were flying out of Pittsburgh to going different places. They're going back to Puerto Rico, the Dominican, or wherever. 15-inning game. All the guys that were getting flights missed them.
And that'll end the inning. Damage done. A 4-run seventh. So Giants have some work to do. And it'll be Hundley to lead things off.
And right now, it is time for our McDonald's True Stories. You go back to this date, 1967, at Candlestick Park. And Mike McCormick, the pride of Alhambra, California, pitched a 10-inning shutout against the Dodgers. His opponent, Claude Osteen of the Dodgers, pitched into the 10th as well. But he gave up a 2-out, bases-loaded single to the great Willie Mays to knock in Tito Fuentes, and the Giants would win that ball game 1-0.
When it's time for a change, thanks Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change tune-up and repair experts.
7-3 Marlins are in the bottom of the seventh. It's interesting that game Mike McCormick pitched. You see the new pitcher now for the Marlins, David Phelps. It was in 1967 when he won the Cy Young. That year when he won the Cy Young, he started out the season in the bullpen. Nice going, Mike McCormick.
And he also said he threw BP.
Well, Dak, they were a four-man rotation. You'd throw on Monday, and you were throwing around a BP on Tuesday. That's how they did it.
It's not like they travel BP pitchers like you see teams do today. Somebody had to throw. Sometimes infielders threw. I used to throw.
7th inning stretch.
Well, Giants have some work to do. They know it. It'll be Hundley, Hernandez, and Gillespie facing Phelps. Hundley hit an opposite field home run on the 5th. And he takes a strike.
Saw Phelps in game 1 of this series. He's got good stuff. Low to mid-90s with velocity in the fastball, curveball, slider, changeup. But this was the highlight for the Giants offensively from Nick Hundley in the 5th inning. It was an opposite field home run, and it stunned everybody. You just don't used to right-handers hit the ball out to right field.
And he cannot hold up, and Hundley's out on 3 pitches, 1 out. So that ruins a perfect day for Hundley. And here's Hernandez. Marquise Hernandez is 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts. And a strike right off the bat. So Phelps is coming in throwing strikes. Need a bunch of base runners. Here's the 1-1 to Gorkis Hernandez, and then a roller to short for JT Riddle, who makes the catch in the throw. 2 outs. And that'll bring up Connor Gillespie. Gillespie came in on the double switch. Picked up a base hit as a pinch hitter in the loss last night. And he takes down low. Trying to get on for Denard Span and then a few more. And a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike.
You know, you don't see it very often. We talk about it off and on with Gillespie. He doesn't have any batter's glove. You just don't get used to it. It used to be, there was no such thing as batting gloves.
Yeah, you know what? It's funny. I was listening to the A's pregame show on radio. Ray Fosse was interviewing Hawk Harrelson, who wore the first golf glove because he had a blister from playing golf.
Too much golf.
And he said, I put the golf glove on, and he said, I'm not even sure it helped. But I hit 2 home runs, and it was a red golf glove. He said, so I wore it the next day. I hit another home run. We're playing the Yankees. He said, they're making fun of me. They're laughing and pointing at me. And after my 3rd home run, the next day, they all were wearing red golf gloves. Every last one of them.
Yeah, it doesn't take long. Not in this world. Guy comes up with something that everybody thinks they're going to get an edge with.
Yeah, but he said it was red, and they had to make sure that it was red.
It only works if it's red.
I mean, you knew it when I got brought up, same as you. There were no batting gloves. It had to be a golf glove. Gillespie out of play.
Well, and when you buy golf gloves, they don't sell them in pairs. You buy 1 at a time.
Ray had a guy in New York that Ray Fosse that You get a deal. They're $3 a piece. They were actually 3. They were actually 2, but Ray charged 3, and he kept $1. Hit into center field. Yelich, who plays deep, is going to have to watch this one fall in front of him. Well, that was Ray's surcharge.
Hey, smart.
So here's Span. Span picked up a base hit in the 5th. Done a good bunt as he takes a strike.
But the hitters are the ones. I mean, they come up with stuff. You look at the on deck circle. On deck circle over the years have had. There's been some weirdness down there. Remember the big wing like fan thing? It was huge.
Yep.
Put it on your bat, like wind resistance. It's like you're swinging a garden rake, but when you took the thing off, the bat felt like it was a hammer. I mean, and everybody's got their own definition. One year, the Pirates in 1979, they had a pipe that was at the end of it was a chunk of cement that they all swung.
Hit well into right center field. Stanton's going to have to run a long way, and when he does, he drops it. Here comes Gillespie. He's going to score, and it's 7-4. It's got to be a hit.
Got to be a hit. I mean, that's not a normal play. Span hits this ball well. He just has a little height on it, which allowed Stanton a chance to get underneath it. And he should have had it. I mean, he'll tell you that. He slaps the wall in disgust, having missed this thing. Just hit on the outside of the thumb of his glove. But it's got to be a hit.
Double RBI, and here's Panic. So you get a hit here, you get it down to a 2-run deficit.
Well, and you also get the tie and run at the plate.
Yeah, with the beef coming up.
Do you guys have any weirdness in your on-deck circle with the Indians?
I do remember. I played I don't remember what team it was, but they had a sledgehammer, and they were just raking. It was the 0-1 to Panic. And back in those days, you did not ask the clubhouse guy, hey, can you run out and get a sledgehammer? You had to buy a sledgehammer if you wanted to do it. So I bought a sledgehammer. I thought this is going to work. And I think we almost got no hit back-to-back nights. Tap foul, so I think that sledgehammer is still somewhere in the garage.
We had a guy at Double-A ball that brought a sledgehammer in, put it in the batting circle, and then had this one kid. It was Aaron Randall, and he was swinging the sledgehammer in the on-deck circle, and he hit himself in the ankle with it. Yeah, that was the end of the sledgehammer.
It can be dangerous. So it's 1-2. Panic in a battle with Phelps. And it's low. 2-2.
See, pitchers don't have that luxury. They give you a rosin bag, and half the time it's used up and wet.
Yeah, but sandpaper, glue.
Yeah, not many guys do that. See, there you go. That's the Marlins version of the on-deck circle. Lead pipe.
Out of play. They just picked it up off the floor somewhere.
I think they did, just hearing the conversation.
They got a prop.
I think probably weighs about 20 pounds. Well, you swing that a few times, you pick the bat up at 32, 33, 31 ounces, whatever your weight is, it feels light.
All right, 3-2, so nice at bat so far. Panic trying to move the line along, and they're trying to do it after 2 outs. And a little pop-up out of play. Hunter Pence on deck. Three and two. Got him, and that'll end the inning. So Phelps makes a perfect pitch. Kyle Freeland had a no-hitter, and Melky Cabrera did this.
Line drive, base hit. Melky Cabrera.
So Kyle Freeland then was taken out. He had about 125 pitches at that point. But really a great performance. I mean, I don't care who you're doing it against. If you can do it in that park, you were on today.
Amen to that. That is not a place where no-hitters brew.
When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change tune-up and repair experts.
So Josh Osich gets the ball, 28th time that he has had here in this first half. And Osich really has been a great story for the Giants bullpen. He's got 4 solid pitches now. He's got high velocity fastball with great movement, and he has command of his 4 pitches. We say the first half. This is the 90th game that the Giants have played this year out of a season of 162 games. And Kane, who was in the pen today, get a chance to get some work in. He may not come into the game. Maybe he will. At the very least, he's going to throw on the side.
So the pitch to Gordon, and Gordon flips one to left, and coming in will be Hernandez, and he knocks it down. And Gordon's going to be aboard. That's just about how every hit Gordon's had in this series. That's how they look. That hit Hernandez in the face.
I think it did. He's trying to catch this thing, and as all of a sudden he comes in and hits him right in the face. Comes up over the glove or under the glove. Kind of the left cheek. Lucky he didn't hit the lens of those glasses. Anthony Reyes, Giants trainers out there in left field looking at him. And that got him good.
Yep, that hurts. First Bochy's going to go out.
It's like getting punched.
Mac Williamson is coming out. Mac Williamson is taking a peek to see, should I be out here or not? And he just kind of gave Williamson the stank eye.
Well, it's kind of the manager says go get your glove, go out and get loose. I mean, you got to do it. But it is a weird feeling trotting off the field, and there's no cool way you can exit the field when it happens. You just kind of hope that nobody saw it.
Let me run out there, take advantage of a wounded guy, right? It's not my fault.
So he started pointing at Bochy. He told me.
So here's Stanton. And they'll check on Gordon. The hit by Gordon, by the way, was the 9th for the Marlins. And the pitch. Swinging a foul back. He had a rip. He's had lots of rips in this series. Giants have not, I don't recall, ever faced the Marlins where Stanton's just been hot. And I wouldn't say that he's extra hot right now, but he's close.
He's close. The thing that's impressive about what Stanton has done in this series, and we're not accustomed to seeing him, he stayed in the strike zone. He's getting good pitches to hit. Previous years you've gone into Florida or he's come here and you could get him to swing a lot of stuff out of the strike zone. It has not been this situation this time in.
Runner goes. Hundley has no chance. .32 steals for Gordon.
There are 3 active players that are playing today that have the lead in their franchise history for home runs. Ryan Braun in Milwaukee, Evan Longoria in Tampa, and Giancarlo Stanton has more home runs than any other Marlin.
Popped up on the infield. Belt looks at Hundley, but now Belt is going to call everybody off, and he makes a nice catch.
Back in the 5th inning against Johnny Cueto, a little hang on a breaking ball, and this is what Stanton did. 25th home run he's hit this year. Exit velocity 108 miles per hour. Just caught the bottom of the ball, backspin it out. It was over 440 feet.
I think that if the net's not there, it goes over the garden.
You might be right. You know, home run derby contests, I don't get that excited about it. I really don't. I got excited about it last year when we saw what Stanton did. And I'm excited about tomorrow's home run derby.
I still have not quite forgiven Barry Bonds for not doing it in 2007.
Yeah, when the Giants hosted the All-Star game here.
Breaking ball for a strike.
Well, last year, Stanton in San Diego, he hit 61 homers in the home run contest. But it was where he hit them. He was hitting them almost off the scoreboard in left field San Diego.
Well, no, he was. Oh, and 1 to Yelich.
Tom Howell had to think about that one. Good curveball again from Osich. Well, how do you hit 61 balls over the wall in a day?
Yeah, unless you're, playing in the backyard by yourself.
Yeah, and Lyon.
Pulled foul.
Ooh. Ball dude.
Franchise history, Mike, for the Giants, most home runs, Mays. San Francisco era, Bonds. Stretch not that far behind. I'd have thought it was Mays for both, but they assured me in the truck that that would not be true. 1 and 2.
Well, it was said yesterday in the ceremony that was out on King Street yesterday when they unveiled the plaque on the Wall of Fame for Barry Bonds. They talked about Barry having more home runs than any other San Francisco Giant. I didn't know it till then.
Out of play. One ball and 2 strikes. Osich throws. 2-2. Pretty good battle going on.
Well, that's what Yelich can do. I mean, he's got very good control of the bat head for a tall guy. I mean, for any hitter, really.
Yes, 6-3. A bluff of a pickoff. Tap to Crawford. Crawford's thought about it.
6-4.
Check in with Amy G. Amy.
Well, guys, as you mentioned, Bonds inducted in the Wall of Fame yesterday, and it wasn't just Giants fans that were happy to see him. The Marlins pretty happy to see him too. He was their hitting instructor last season. In particular, Marcell Ozuna. I spent a little time with him today. He came in to today's game with 69 RBI, and he said he owes a lot of that to the work he did with Barry Bonds last season. He said, before I met Barry, I didn't have much of an approach, and Barry taught him to have some patience at the plate and to look for a good pitch to hit. He also went on to say he immediately trusted him. He's one of the funniest people he knows. He loves him, and he calls him Daddy. The two of them talk about twice a week via text. Guys?
All right, good stuff. As Osich departs, Matt Cain comes in, and he'll be facing Marcell Ozuna. for the Marlins. Matt Cain is on to try to get the last out here in the 8th inning. Keep the Giants in this game. And it'll be Ozuna who Cain faces. Ozuna 1 for 3. It's down low, blocked by Hundley. Cain to Ozuna, outside, 2 or make it 1 ball and 1 strike.
Cain at his 12th year at the big league level.
12 years.
All with the Giants. Came up in 2005. Raw boned.
Look out.
Just a kid. Then his first full season in 2006, 13-game winner. And after that, 200 innings in 2007, 217, 217, 223, 221, 219. The horse.
And a lot of games where the Giants didn't score runs for him. It's 3-1.
And every pitch that he ever threw in his big league career in a home uniform was here in this ballpark.
And we had the expression, so-and-so got caned. On the ground, foul.
Our ball dude, Brad Hallsworth.
He had a good jump.
He had a pretty good jump. I got to give him an A+ jump. That good.
Yep, still very popular around here, that jersey and that number.
Oh, always will be. He's earned that.
Hundley will watch this one go out of play.
Cain made 3 All-Star teams, 2009, 2011, 2012.
Started one. Remember, started the one in Kansas City.
That's right. 3 up, 3 down inning with a strikeout.
Remember the MVP of that one?
Pablo Sandoval?
Melky Cabrera.
Melky Cabrera.
Pablo did, remember, clear the bases against Verlander. He had a double down the right field line.
Well, and you know who the winning pitcher of that game was?
Matt Cain.
Matt Cain.
That ball stuck right in the side. Looked like Yadier Molina's chest protector. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Right, there's Molina's chest protector.
That's still one of the greatest things I've ever seen.
A battle. Cain's, whatever Cain's got right now, including stuff that he's finding in the kitchen sink, he's throwing it at Ozuna. This will be the 10th pitch coming up. So it'll be Justin Bour.
3rd time today that Ozuna's been on base. Double and a couple of walks.
So here's Justin Bour. At third is the very fast Gordon. Ozuna runs pretty well at first. And that goes to the backstop, and everybody has to stay where they're at with the exception of Ozuna. And now you got first base open. You want to get rid of Justin Bohr. Oh, look out.
I think it almost grazed the uniform right on the shin.
I think RBI guys would just soon they not call it.
Oh yeah, he wants to hit.
Outside, it's 2-0. Martin Prado on deck. We're in the 8th inning. And now they're going to walk him. Still kind of odd. Just see a guy run. You almost want like a bell or a whistle or a balloon, something to shoot off one of those guns that shoot off fireworks just to let everybody know it's an intentional walk.
I agree. I mean, a lot of people don't know what happened.
All of a sudden, he put his bat down.
He started taking off.
I mean, I know that you and I can come up with something creative.
Well,
as
like
Prado takes a strike.
I like the balloon thing.
You know, the umpire just pulling out of his back pocket,
yeah.
Pulls something out, whoop, blows up, and it goes straight up in the air.
I agree. I like that.
And a little bit off the plate. 1 ball and 1 strike.
John Miller, our partner, says it shouldn't be the intentional walk. It should be the automatic walk.
That's true. One ball and 1 strike. And it's low. Oh, a low strike. It's 1 and 2.
But when they passed that rule where you didn't have to make an intentional walk pitch anymore, there are a bunch of guys in baseball going, thank you, Lord.
Yeah, because they weren't very good at making that pitch.
No, it's not an easy one to throw for a lot of guys.
Out of play. Foul again.
Good pitch.
That kid's thrown 17 pitches
to 2 guys. No longer do you count pitches for the intentional walk or the automatic walk.
Belt and Pence will give chase, and it's going to be out of play.
Yeah, high five, nice play, out of bed, did good.
And we'll get a new baseball. He'll rub it up. Look out. 2 and 2. Kane's going to come in again to Prado. Here it is. And he skies it out into center field. He's going to win the battle. And that'll end the inning. So the Giants stay in the game. Big boys are coming up. Pence, Belt, and Crawford. And we'll be back.
I'd like to thank everyone for their tremendous support of the Stretch Drive. And it's not too late to donate. You can still show your support online. Visit jrgiants.org. The kids in our Junior Giants baseball program, thank you.
So Kyle Bearclaw is the new pitcher. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change tune-up and repair experts.
See the numbers for Bearclaw, the local kid, coming into his 41st game. Great stuff, 45 strikeouts in 40 innings. One of 2 setup men for these Marlins. He and David Phelps, who we saw earlier, have assumed the role of setting up. Bearclaw with great stuff. Mid to high 90s with a fastball velocity, good curveball, and a changeup. And the Marlins think that this guy's going to evolve into a closer.
So 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Good block there by Real Muto. That's one as a catcher you just know you're going to have to wear. I mean, you don't even think with your glove, you think with your chest protector. And the big breaking ball that Bearclaw has, I mean, it's an acute angle. It's going to come up high.
Hit up the middle. Gordon, quick toss, not in time. All around nice play by D. Gordon, but Pence, who gets out of the box extremely well, beats it out.
Well, if anybody was going to be able to make this play in the second base position, it's going to be D. Gordon, simply because of his amazing arm strength. But not even the arm strength could overcome the box or the way that Hunter Pence got out of the box. So a nice effort, but to no avail as the Giants get their leadoff hitter on.
Here's Belt. Belt flips one to left. He's got a base hit. Well, now the Giants have the tying run coming up, so they got a little bit going here in the 8th. Dyson gets loose. Crawford hit a home run in the 2nd.
Now this is a long shot to deep right center, and he absolutely gets every bit of it. And you have to hit one out there. Home run number 8 for Brandon Crawford.
And it's not close. The kid, the rook, Miguel Gomez, is on deck.
And that's the changeup. And that's the pitch that gives Bearclaw a third speed in another dimension, and is why the Marlins think that he can be a closer. He's got 3 swing and miss pitches. Crawford has seen the ball better now than he was a while back. It's something he's really worked hard on. Staying in the strike zone, getting better pitches to hit.
It's hit to left. Here comes Pence. Here's the throw home, cut off. (7-5) on the base hit by Crawford.
Right down Broadway at 95, and Crawford fights it off. Goes the opposite way again today. And not even the strong arm of Ozuna is enough to get Pence at home. So 3 straight knocks. And here comes Buster Posey.
Well, we've seen Buster in these spots before. And I'll give him credit. He does not, at least in the first couple of swings, try to hit the ball to right field. He will let it out. And that goes to the backstop. And just getting in is Belt.
Well, this will be interesting to see what Don Mattingly does as to whether or not they pitch to Posey. That wild pitch could take the bat out of his hands. A wild pitch and a break as this ball comes back to Real Muto. And if the ball gets thrown on the second base side of third base, they could have had a shot to get Belt.
Well, the Marlins are taking a look at it.
Whether or not he came off the bag. I mean, his foot initially beat the throw.
Why is it always Belt on these plays? This replay review is presented by Xfinity.
Even if it's close, what do you have to lose if you're Mattingly? He's safe there. Now, you just don't know from that angle if the right foot stayed on the bag. If that's all they got, I don't think that they've got an argument. And I don't know if they've got other looks.
Well, Bruce Bochy's been in the spot before where everything looks good. And then something weird happens.
Not this time.
So Buster took one pitch. It's 1 ball and no strikes.
And still they're going to pitch to him. Well, a lot of purists don't think he should ever walk the go-ahead run.
Well, maybe pitch to him, but maybe making it look like they're pitching to him.
So this is the new intentional walk.
You do not send a balloon up for this one. On the ground. And they got him. So Buster hanging on a 3-0 pitch. Rolls it softly to third. I thought that ball was going to go foul. Everything was kind of in slow motion.
Well, I think the air just got let out of your balloon.
So here's Hundley.
So it's up to Nick Hundley. I mean, they've got to get at least one run out of this. They do. And that is the situation here. They'll take a productive out. The middle infielders for the Marlins are playing back. And they would take 2 wild pitches.
Yeah, absolutely. At third, Belt. At second, Crawford.
2 right-handers getting up, Tazawa and Whitman.
And a base hit. Belt scores, Crawford to third, and it's now a 1-run lead for the Marlins.
And Nick Hundley just picked up Buster Posey. Nice at bat.
And now we'll see Gomez. So the Rook has got a chance to tie the game, and he can do it by making an out. He's had 2 at-bats. They've both come as a pinch hitter. He struck out in the game yesterday against Ramos, and he lined out to right field when he took an at-bat against Dan Straley. Crawford had to wait. There's nothing you could do about that if you're at second.
Yeah, he had to freeze. One out, no outs. You got to hold your ground. You cannot get double off. Freeze on a line drive.
So here's Gomez. He's a switch hitter. And he takes a ball. 1 ball and no strikes. Crawford at third. Hundley at first. Hundley with 3 hits in the game. Swing and a miss. 1 ball and 1 strike. Well, you swung at that, you're probably going to see it again.
Well,
don't know when.
Think about his first at bat he ever had. I mean, it was against these Marlins. He saw 1 fastball and jumped on it. He hadn't seen a fastball since. Here's a 1-0 breaking ball, and he missed it by about a yard. They know he's aggressive, and they're just going to breaking ball him to death.
1 and 2. Education comes quick, doesn't it?
Well, it really does. They found out quickly he could hit the fastball, and they're saying, all right, prove to us you can hit the other stuff. And so far he hasn't, and he hasn't even fouled it off.
He wanted to go, but he took it.
I don't know how he held up. Every ounce of strength in that kid's uniform used to stop this swing. Bear Claw going down the dirt. Nice job again by Real Muto with a runner at third base blocking this ball. And he somehow laid off it.
Well, either that is coming or a high fastball, one or the other. On the ground and a base hit, and the kid ties the game. He's got his first big league hit. It's the one pitch you can pull in the hole.
And what a moment for this young hitter coming right out of Double-A ball. And he gets a little hang. It wasn't in the strike zone. And just rakes it right into right field.
That looked like a little Pablo in it, didn't it?
And Gomez got his first big league knock. Hey, he joined the club. He's got an average.
So Bearclaw walks off. We got a new pitcher, and it's tied. Potential lead run at third. And there's your new pitcher.
Junichi Tazawa, the new pitcher for the Marlins. Third time he's come in for Don Mattingly. 1-1 with a high ERA. Tazawa still got good stuff. 30-year-old. Can run that fastball up there low to mid-90s. He's got a curveball slider. Pretty much the specialty pitch you're going to see is a split. It's a good one. The name sounds familiar. You might remember him with the Red Sox. He came into the big leagues in 2009, and he's been with the Red Sox till last year. Lefties hitting a .194 off him.
So it'll be Gillespie, Connor Gillespie, who singled in the 7th, to see if he can knock in Nick Hundley here in the 8th and give the Giants the lead. Down low, Realmuto getting the workout. 1 ball and no strikes. A lot of body action coming at you.
Yeah, he's got some funk to him. And if he gets a feel of that split with his velocity, that's not an easy at bat. Pure strikeout situation for him here. Tazawa gonna nibble. I mean, they've got an open base here. Staying on the corners, at least trying to, and he didn't miss by much there on the 1-0 pitch.
Swing and a miss.
And there's the split, and he will throw it any time.
Well, sometimes these older guys don't mind it falling behind 2-0 because that's when they'll use it.
Well, especially with an open base.
Two and two.
Backed it up. Another one down below the zone. This is where Gillespie step out, have a little word with himself, make his adjustments.
Kind of in the same spot Gomez was in.
And you can't throw a split any better than that. So with a 2-2 count, Tazawa can throw 2 more just like that below the strike zone and hope Gillespie chases. Gillespie looking for a mistake, something up. He can get in the outfield deep enough to score Hundley from third. And you need at least medium depth with the fly ball to score Hundley. He doesn't have great speed.
That is not going to do it. 2 outs. So here's Span. Span has 2 hits. His last one was hit way out in Triple's alley that deflected off the glove of Stanton. Look out.
Heads up.
And if you're Hundley, he knows better than anyone about a ball getting by Real Muto.
Well, and if you're third, I mean, you have to anticipate it. One thing is Martin Prado, the third baseman, is well off the bag, so Hundley should get a pretty good lead. But there can be no hesitation for him.
You can get off as far as that third baseman is away from the bag. It's a ball and a strike to Span. Hundley will get off further than that. Driven to right. Stanton on the move, and he's going to make the catch. And that's going to end the inning. Giants tie it up. They scored 3 times here in the 8th inning on 5 hits. And as we head to the 9th inning, after trailing a number of different times in this game in 7-7. Insurance Giants postgame live. You're going to get highlights, reaction, analysis. And by the way, it's coming up right after the game, and it's a full hour. It's 7-7 as Sam Dyson is the new pitcher.
So Dyson coming in, take a look at his numbers, and you really don't pay attention to the 8.0 ERA or the 39 hits allowed or the 15 walks in 27 innings. What you pay attention to is how he's throwing now. He had big time mechanical problems, lost his confidence. They've fixed him. He has tightened up his circle. He has gained command of a fastball that has massive sink on it, and it'll go mid to high 90s. He's got a slider and an occasional changeup, but he's been throwing great ball for the Giants and has assumed this role of closer.
So here's Real Muto. And it's low. 1 ball and no strikes. Real Muto is 1 for 4. Mac Williamson is in the game now in left. So Dyson to Real Muto. On the ground to Belt. Belt says, I got this. And he does. 1 out.
So the shift just paid dividends. Nice at bat from Real Muto. Sam Dyson's story has been such a good story and such a big plus for the Giants bullpen. Last year, 38 saves in Texas. This year, a big part of the WBC team, and then all of a sudden, the wheels came off. But they put them back together, and he's confident again.
Here's Riddle, the shortstop, and he takes in tight. Riddle has sacrificed fly in the 7th. Pops this one back and out of play. Derek Dietrich is on deck. In tight again. 2 balls and a strike.
Look out. One thing you don't want to get hit with from the knee down is a sinker at 95. The sinkers down below the knees tend to get a little heavier. The lower it goes, the heavier it is. By the time it gets to your foot, it weighs about 14 pounds.
Get up the middle. Panic. To Belt.
Now let's take a look at Miguel Gomez's first big league hit, first big league RBI. Lays off a breaking ball and swings at a 1-0 breaking ball. Then he gets another breaking ball. And then, by the way, how about another one he lays off of? And there's the one outside, little hang on it. 5 pitches, 5 hooks, and he gets himself a knock and an RBI. And that's one he'll never forget.
The ability to lay off of the 3rd one after he swung at the first 2. So here's Dietrich. Gotta be careful. He's got some power. And he takes in tight.
Dietrich out of Georgia Tech. Good baseball program.
And that pitch is low. Dietrich played quite a bit in the absence of D. Gordon when he was suspended. The Marlins had to mix and match at second base, and Dietrich was one of the guys. And a base hit to left field. So here's Gordon. The pinch hit single by Dietrich. Gordon picked up a base hit in the 8th. He's 1 for 5. Hundley goes out, puts his arm on Sam Dyson. Said, all right, listen, this is what we're going to do. We're going to let D. Gordon hit the ball on the ground.
Well,
we got a Gold Glove at short. We got one at second. There's a guy at first that should win one. So just let's go.
Well, that's the beauty of being a sinker baller, is you do hit a lot of balls on the ground, or at least get a lot of balls hit on the ground. But with D. Gordon, balls on the ground, I had a lot of pressure trying to get him out.
See, Hundley's got it, man.
Yep, he's got it.
Giants will try to win it, and they're in the right spot in the lineup to do it. All-Star break on Friday, and they will take on the Padres. The hour-long pregame live is going to start at 6, and then we'll have the game for you right here on NBC Sports Bay Area at 7. And you can also check out, you can stream live on the NBC Sports app, and if you, and you should, want to check out Alex Pavlovich, go to NBCSportsBayArea.com.
So the new pitcher now for the Marlins will be the right-hander Nick Whitgren. 32nd time that he's come in. Solid first half. 36 strikeouts in 35 innings against 7 walks, 44 base runners. Those are good numbers. How does he do it, you ask? Well, a fastball that's low to mid-90s with velocity. He can sink it, cut it, hard slider, an occasional changeup. Well, he likes his fastball.
And we'll see if Joe Panik likes his fastball. Joe today is 0 for 4. And he takes a strike. In the dirt, it's 1 ball and 1 strike with Hunter Pence on deck. Whitgren at the belt to pitch to Panik. And a roller foul. can't remember what year it was, but the last game of the first half was played here, and Rob Nen was not going to the All-Star game. He pitched 3 innings in an extra inning game. So that's kind of the weirdness of the last game before you get 4 days off. So we're going to foul back. And if I remember right, he pitched 3 great innings.
He had some of the best stuff I ever saw. We were talking this morning with Rich Waltz and Todd Hollingsworth, the broadcast team for the Florida Marlins, or the Miami Marlins, and I asked Hollingsworth, who are some of the hardest throwers you ever faced? He said, oh, Rob Nen. He said he could get on you quick. So then he threw his slider in 1993.
The 2-2. Got him.
93, right at the top of the strike zone. So Whitgren, as we said, he likes his fastball. He showed you why. Reach back and goes country hard with 2-seam movement on the outside corner and gets him to chase. And that's not an easy thing to do to Joe Panik. He defends between the belt and the letters on his chest quite well.
Here's Hunter Pence. Hunter saw that breaking ball and fouls it out of play. Pence with an infield hit in the 8th that started everything off for the Giants. A ball and a strike with Belt on deck. On the outside corner, so it's 1-2.
He was not looking fastball there.
First big league hit for Miguel Gomez, and RBI. Authenticator coming through.
I mean, that's packaged right there, and it's going to sit like that on his mantle the rest of his life.
2-2.
I think my first big league hit's in a sock someplace.
It's amazing how important it was for such a long time. Now I have to try to find mine. You're right. I think I know where it is. 2-2 pitch. Not close. 3-2. Or maybe real close.
Watch Real Muto trying to bring this back in. Yeet.
Driven out into right center field for Stanton. 2 outs. And here's Belt. Two hits for Belt. As always, a walk mixed in. See if the Brandons can walk it off here in the 9th.
First pitch change up. Whitburn's got 3 good pitches. So here's where you gamble for Brandon Belt.
Cheat a little bit. Look for one middle in.
Sit on a speed, sit on a location. Look for a mistake. All right, wasn't looking middle away. And that was really a perfect location at 2-0 count.
Swing and a miss. 2-2.
And then follows it up with perfection off the changeup. That's a nasty 2-pitch sequence right there. Can't fool him any better.
And they'll end the inning. So Whitgren sets this game to the 10th. It's 7-7. As we head to the 10th inning, Sam Dyson pitched the 9th. Now he gets to go after the beef, and I mean the beef. Beautiful day. 64 degrees first pitch. We started this game at 106. And it'll be Stanton who's going to lead things off. Stanton has been on base 4 times, and he has scored 3 runs. And the first pitch runs inside to Stanton. 1 ball and no strikes.
Easy 96 with sink. First time we saw Dyson, he was with these Marlins. We thought, who is this guy?
Tap foul, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike.
I mean, he had the kind of sinker that he could tell you was coming, and you're still going to have a hard time trying to do something with it. And he kind of kept climbing up the ladder to where he was a closer last year with Texas. Giants have done well in extra innings, 8-3.
Ooh, good pitch, 1-2. And a base hit. 5 times now Stanton has been aboard, and now you're facing Yelich.
Now a 1-2 count. He gets the only pitch of the sequence that was not a sinker, a little cutter on the outside corner. And the shift kind of burned the Giants on that one.
So here's Yelich. Yelich has had a couple of doubles in this game. And that's a strike on the outside corner.
But the beautiful thing about being a sinker baller is you're 1 pitch away from 2 outs, double play. Yelich has hit into 9 double plays on the year.
Ooh, look out. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. One ball and 1 strike. Little flip job to right. Pence is coming in, and Pence is going to make the running catch. Nice jump by Hunter Pence, and that'll bring up Ozuna.
Little jam shot right where you want to pitch a guy who's 6'4". In on the hands. This is the guy that scares me the most against a sinker in this Marlins lineup. Marcell Ozuna. Get a real nice inside-out approach with strength.
He's been on base 3 times. He's got a double, pulled him down the left field line and knocking a run in the 3rd. And then in the 7th he walked, and Matt Cain walked him in the 8th. And Dyson runs that pitch inside. It's 1 ball and no strikes. New baseball for Sam Dyson. So as Mike mentioned, the Giants have done well in extra innings. And right now Dyson looking for a double play ball. Belt holding on Stanton. And it's a bit high, 2-0. There aren't many guys that will stand next to Belt and look bigger than Belt.
Well, I mean, Belt's a big fella. He's 6'4", a little bit over, and Giancarlo Stanton 6'6".
There's a strike.
Ozuna rubberneck Tom High, the plate umpire, saying, that's a bit high, isn't it? No.
Now you're saying your pine tar is a little high too.
Good answer. Because his pine tar and his bat is a little high.
So now another conversation. All right, so this is what you're going to do. That guy at first is not going to go. So what I would like to do is have Ozuna hit one really hard, but right at Crawford. Hallion, by the way, just had something to say with Marcell Ozuna. Like it was kind of a normal conversation. 2 balls and a strike. Now Stanton goes, and that's rolled to Dyson. Dyson will pick it up and throw. And on the play, Stanton moves down to second, 2 outs.
No, Don Mattingly putting the runner in play. I mean,
for one reason,
acknowledging you got a ground ball guy out there. Stay out of double play.
Yep.
So it winds up being a productive out for Marcell Ozuna. And they just sent up a balloon.
Oh, look there. You know what? This overhang.
As Bohr was intentionally walked.
The balloon goes up, and here's Prado. Yeah, we joke about it, but the more I think about it,
not a bad idea. You just have to let everybody know that what just happened. The intentional walk was put into play.
Here's Prado. Stanton at second. Bohr at first. Low. 1 ball and no strikes. Dyson takes a peek at second, and this is a little flare to right. Belt over, and he can't quite get to it as it falls right into that well, and it's a ball and a strike.
Belt has no problem challenging railing. I mean, he'll get after it pretty hard.
You're right, he does.
At this time, just not enough room. Hey, for an Oakland, inning over. Candlestick, inning over.
1 ball and 1 strike. Tap to Crawford. Crawford's going to have to make a tough play, and he does. For the Giants, it'll be Crawford to lead things off.
Seventh inning, Nick Whitgren, the right-hander for the Marlins, getting ready to work his second inning of relief. As you see, the diehards have stayed faithful, and it's Nana's birthday. Well, happy birthday, Nana. Chad's going to try and get a win for you on your birthday.
Crawford is homered in this game. He's singled in this game. He has 3 RBIs in this game. And Whitgren back out there after a good 9th inning. And the first pitch is high. Matt Williamson is on deck. Outside 2-0. Whitgren's got to come in. Crawford knows it. And it's a strike. That one done around the knees. Comes back and throws 2 perfect pitches.
I mean, he did the same thing in the last inning, getting the 2-0 count. You're thinking, all right, here's a chance for the Yeehaw Daddy hack trying to put one in the pond, and all of a sudden he paints 2 perfect pitches, and it's 2-2.
Rip.
And that was on a changeup, and he had both legs into that one. Second inning with Brandon Bell out, nobody out. This is what Brandon Crawford did. I mean, he left Earth, home run number 8, and he got both cheeks into that one.
So he comes back and gets the strikeout after falling behind 2-0.
That's impressive. 3rd strikeout, 4 hitters that he's faced, and all 3 of the strike threes have been swing and miss strike threes.
So here's Big Mac Williamson, who can end it with 1 swing. These are the numbers here.
Yeah, one to measure, one to rake. Plays him with lots of power.
Nick Hundley on deck.
Wow. You can explain that one way. He's not up there looking for a fastball. He took two down the throat. You can say the first one, yeah, but the second one, his thoughts were not on a fastball.
Two down. And that'll bring up Hundley.
So he finally gets the hanging slider he was looking for, and he waves through it. Take a look at the 4 pitches. First pitch challenge fastball up and in. Then in the 1-2 count, he throws a breaking ball that was a hanger, and really had 3 good pitches to hit.
Well, he's had a good day. He's had 3 hits. And he looks that one wide. 1 ball and no strikes. There's Cantos getting loose. Hundley with a good rip. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. Opposite field home run for Hundley.
Well, he gets a high fastball, belt high off the plate away, and backspins it right over the wall. We just are so stunned when we see a right-hander hit the ball out to right field.
Just kind of clipped it, huh?
Yep.
One and two.
There's Everyday George.
Hundley still got a strike. It's 1 and 2. Out of play, and it goes the other way again. And the 1-2, here it is. And it's skied out into center field for Yelich. And that'll end the inning. So we head to the 11th. It remains 7-7.
Wine Fest presented by Loca. Your special event ticket will include access to the pregame wine tasting event and a ticket to watch the Giants take on the Padres. And oh, by the way, you get a reusable Giants wine pouch. I want to get that, I want to get that, I want to get that. So go to sfgiants.com/special events. Check it out.
Does only wine go in those pouches?
Nope, it'll fit a bottle of bourbon in there very nicely. Right now, it's George Cantos coming in for the 41st time. A lot of work, as this is game 90 of the Giants season. You get an idea of the workload that he has assumed. Not literally everyday George Cantos, but he has taken the ball a lot for Bruce Bochy. He's had a nice first half. 52 base runners in 42 innings, 46 strikeouts. And with George Cantos, you're going to get a lot of looks, and he's starting to throw more cutters, which has begun a very, very good pitch for him. Tonight, it's the annual slumber party. A lot of campers.
Is that tonight?
Yeah, most of them happy campers.
Oh my goodness.
Come out, pitch a tent, spend the night, watch movies.
He's done that.
Play games, play catch.
Dave Fleming did it last year, and it took him 8 weeks to recover. Strike to Real Muto.
It really is a great event.
Camping at the park. And a call strike. It's 1-2. You're a big camper, right?
Absolutely.
Well, I can assure you that I'm not.
I like to camp out on my couch.
1 ball and 2 strikes. And it's rolled foul. I love people that love camping and used to do it when the kids were little. But the first time I went, you're in the tent, and it's like, well, when you got to get up to go to the bathroom, where do you go? Well, you got to walk through the trees over there by that building. And well, is it lit up? No. Here's a flashlight.
Oh, and watch out for the Bears, by the way.
And this is on the ground to Crawford. And Crawford throws it away. Very unusual for Brandon Crawford as he let that one fly. And now Cantos is going to have to pitch through some trouble.
Well, just an air melt, and not even Brandon Belt, the long arm of the 6'4" first baseman, could help him out. So it winds up being not just an error, but a 2-base error. And just like that, the Marlins have a runner in score position to start out the inning. So George Cantos is going to be asked to pitch through it.
Well, he got the ground ball, and now JT Riddle is going to try to get Real Muto in, and certainly if not in, then over.
And for Cantos, he got to try to strike him out.
Former Dodger A.J. Ellis is on deck.
And he is the last bench player for Don Mattingly. Giants have 1 bench player. Kelby Tomlinson left.
So it may be that Cantos is just going to play this, where if he walks Riddle, he doesn't care. Hit very well to right. Pence is going to make the catch. And he gets it back in, and it's a productive out.
And that was anything but easy. I mean, for Pence, he wasn't looking directly in the sun, but sun did affect the play. And he's getting carried with the wind. at no time did he look completely comfortable under this fly ball. But he gets the job done, and so does Riddle. I mean, that's an efficient at bat, a productive at bat. They get the runner over, so the out was a good one.
So here's A.J. Ellis.
Right in the sweet spot.
Ellis is hitting right at 200. Giants have pulled the infield all the way in. And it's a strike at the knees, and it's 0-1. Ellis 2 for 7 in his career against George Cantos. And did he go around? He did. 0-2. And if you're Nick Hundley, then you're going to start asking Cantos to throw these sliders now with an 0-2 count. They're going to be in the dirt.
By design. So you want to be a big league catcher, huh? Extra inning ball game, runner at third. Block everything. He knows the rules.
Hernandez back, and it is gone. A.J. Ellis on an 0-2 pitch hits it out of the park, and it's now 9-7.
And that, folks, is a stunned look on the face of Bruce Bochy and Phil Nevin. You do not expect to see a hanger from George Cantos when he's ahead in the count 0-2. He just has too good a control with his off-speed stuff. And Ellis just trying to get something up in the air. Just flicks at it. The other thing, too, I mean, that's kind of a defensive swing. You don't see balls jump off a bat and go out of the ballpark. Not here. But it has been that kind of weekend where we've seen the ball fly a little farther than normal.
And here's Gordon, who takes high. 1 ball and no strikes. First career pinch hit home run for A.J. Ellis.
Closer there.
Gordon on the ground, and that'll be out number 2. And for the Giants, they'll have the pitcher spot coming up, and then Gillespie, and then Span.
A.J. Ramos, the closer, all of a sudden started taking a little more seriously.
So Stanton takes that pitch inside. Stanton has been on base 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times this afternoon. And he scored 3 times. Two balls and no strikes. And it's 3-0. Yelich on deck. Three and 1. So the Giants will head to the 11th inning, knowing that they're going to have to come from behind. Hit well to left. Williamson back, gone. Stanton has done it again, and it's now 10-7. I was actually surprised, Mike, he didn't swing at the 3-0 pitch.
Well, we talked about him and the type of series that he has had. And the thing that has jumped off the page in his approach is how he's got good pitches to hit. This is a nasty pitch, and he just goes down and beats it. But the fact is, it was in the strike zone, and he's staying in the strike zone. And boy, I tell you, for a guy with his type of skills and his type of power, he is hot.
So here's Yelich, who takes a strike.
He's getting hot just in time for the home run derby tomorrow.
He does not want the All-Star break to start.
23rd time in Stanton's career that he's had a multiple home run game.
One and two.
Take a look at the slider. That's tight spin. Just a little bit of height right there around the knees, and he goes down and gets it. Gives you an idea of the power this guy has. Wow.
And Yelich is out, and that's going to end the inning. So damage done. Giants have some work to do. It's 10-7 Marlins. The 11. So here's their closer.
AJ Ramos, 16 saves, 34th time he's come in. 42 strikeouts in 32 and a third, and he's got some nastiness. He's got a fastball that he can sink and cut that's low to mid-90s, more lows than mids. Curveball, slider, changeup, go get them, but they're all good. They can all get you to swing and miss. The league just hitting a $197 off him. That tells you the type of stuff that he has.
Probably Tomlinson's going to hit, then Gillespie, then Span. And a strike, and it's 0-1. So Tomlinson, who's done a really nice job as a pinch hitter, will try to get on base for Connor Gillespie. Center field, but Yelich doesn't see it. Tomlinson's going to end up at third and maybe more if the Marlins don't get it back in, and there's a start.
Worst feeling possible for any defensive player. You cannot catch what you cannot see. Yelich, I mean, this is going to be trouble off the crack of the bat. And he's trying to He's got gloves trying to shade his face. He's got sunglasses on, and he never saw it.
And then what you try to do is protect your face.
He didn't get a chance to get much shade on his eyes.
So here's Gillespie. Gillespie 1 for 2. And it's high. 1 ball and no strikes. Span on deck. And then Panic, and then Pence. Giants are in the right spot. If they can score some runs in this inning, they could very well tie it up.
Well, you're right. I mean, it flips over the top of the lineup. I mean, believe me, once Tomlinson saw the ball hit the ground, a little life kind of opened up in the Giants dugout.
He's hit to second, where Gordon will make the play. Giants need base runners. They need ground balls to second, even though the run does score. So now you're back to needing a base runner. And if you get on, at least you got the tying run coming up. The Giants will not see the Marlins again until August 14th. And obviously those 3 games will be played in South Florida. There's a pitch a bit high to Span. Panic to follow. Span takes low. Span almost gave the Giants the lead in the 8th inning. Runners at first and third. He hit one about, I don't know, maybe 410 out in the triples alley.
Yeah, that's about right.
That Stanton ran down. Hit into left center field. Yelich has a better angle this time. And it's Ozuna who saves the day and makes the catch.
I don't think Yelich ever saw that one.
He did either.
So Ozuna having to come a long way. And remember, Ozuna last year was this everyday center fielder for this team. I mean, he's a great defensive player. So he realizes that Yelich has no chance, and he turns on the afterburners, and he winds up catching one right down around the knees. Christian Yelich having zero fun right now.
He wants to get on the plane. And I don't blame him. So here's Panic. Panic takes high and wide.
I mean, isn't Yelich yelling at Ramos? Let him hit the ball someplace else right now.
Absolutely. So it's 2-0. There's a strike. 2 balls and 1 strike. Hunter Pence would love to get an at bat to see if he could tie it up.
Yeah,
3 balls and 1 strike.
He may get that chance. It's the one thing about Ramos. I mean, he's got great stuff. If every once in a while he'll get a wild hair up his nose and can't find home plate.
And the walk.
That is the last thing Ramos wanted to do. So Real Muto, the Marlins catcher going to come out and try and calm this young arm down. And, you know, the one thing you can't do, you just do. So all of a sudden, you're going to have a little anger take over your concentration. And that's when you need a veteran catcher to go out there and bring you back to the concentration point, the glove. But you're getting your wish, Kite, because now you've got a guy with power stepping in the box that represents the tie and run and 100 pence.
Take some heavy swings. Outside for a called strike.
Change up, generous strike. 100 pence. He didn't complain a whole lot. This one wasn't happy with, but close enough. Better be on the first strike than the third strike.
Hit to right. Stanton's there, and that's the ball game. So a game effort today by the Giants, but they come up empty, and they get swept by the Miami Marlins. And this one was a disappointing loss. They had a shot in that 8th inning to take the lead, but they could not get that 4th run in, and that cost them.
Well, and it is a frustrating way to lose, especially with an error from their Gold Glove shortstop that kind of sets up the big inning for the Marlins. But look, the Giants scored runs today. They didn't do that the first 2 innings, and that's going to be the key in the second half as they go forward. They need to get rid of the stigma that they can't hit in this ballpark. A 14-hit performance, which actually out-hit the Marlins. 8 runs when they're down. This is something they'll sit on, and it's a positive going into the break.
All right, final score here this afternoon. It's the Marlins 10 and the Giants 8. Stay tuned. Eastern's Giants post-game live starts right now.